Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. How are you doing? This is Radio Generation. My name is Mung'ala Mbuvi, and it is now 1 minute past 6 o'clock. I hope wherever you are, you have woken up very well, and you are listening to us via all of in Nairobi, and in tune. Yes,
some others are in cars. Yeah, kuna mwingine kwa matatu and they've tuned into 88.8.
Yes.
So mtu anauliza hii ni wapi hapa? Hapa ni wapi?
Yes.
Wahakikishie.
Now you know. It's 88.8 in Nairobi. And of course, you can stream us online on rgk.co.ke. You can also find us live on our YouTube channel, that is Radio Generation Kenya. So why don't we get interactive on those particular channels? Meanwhile, we have City Muga in studio, and myself, Mung'ala Mbuvi, and of course, tuko naye Patricia Wayua. Patricia, good morning.
Good morning. Good
Uko
morning
salama?
to you. Shwari kabisa. Yes.
Uliniambia you cannot leave the house without having something to bite.
Of course, it is important.
Yes, the last time we spoke about eating.
This guy anachoma mapema.
But it's okay. Sijachoma?
Okay, nilikwambia hivyo lini.
It is the right to actually eat.
Yeah.
In the morning.
Okay.
Yes.
Kwa sasa umepatia nini mwili fuel ya kutumia
Ya kuanza siku.
Yes.
Yeah,
But
of course, it is important anyway. Yes, I do.
It is because every time I come complaining, oh, I've not had anything, you're always like, mimi Mbuvi siwezi toka kabla sijauma kitu. And it is okay, it is not a crime.
You know, you have bad eating habits, yes.
Yes, actually.
Most of the time, kula jana, uja kula usiku, you're here in the morning, you've taken nothing, so it's quite important to do.
Yeah, and it's because sometimes it depends on what, number one, I had for lunch, or what when you're digesting, you're sweating at night. Unapata mtu saa 6 saa 7 usiku sweat, kitanda iko wet. Unashanga what's happening? Yeah. So me I avoid those stresses by just eating. If I eat late lunch, rest assured I'm not having supper.
Actually, I was telling ECT that I do not eat past 8:30. 8:30 p.m.
Wise.
Yeah,
I don't eat.
Okay.
Wajua saa zile you don't actually need the energy to sleep. You need the following morning.
Yes.
So eat in the morning.
But there are some people who work at night anyway.
Watu wa night shift tutawaelewa.
Kuna exception.
Hao ni wengine. And they're not the majority.
Yes.
So tunaongea about just the normal work day ambayo inaanza asubuhi. Wale watu wa 24 hours pia ni tofauti.
You know, you've mentioned that, and then I remembered Openje, our social media manager. Openje alisema kuna harusi alitembea juzi tu, watu wasema ni harusi ya nani. But alienda huko akapata ni chakula ya catering. Unajua ni Openje ni Mluya. Akashikwa na blood pressure. because alisema chakula catering huwa haitoshi.
I think I was there.
You were there when he was
and
saying that.
I saw
Oh,
the
you were
reaction.
at that particular wedding.
I was there.
Was it
Yes.
catering kama it was
Yeah, of course, nowadays these weddings, most of the time people do hire caterers.
Yes.
They come just
Yes.
with everything. Now Openje now wants us to cook ugali. Yeah?
yes.
He wanted a lot of sima ugali katika ile wedding.
Actually, maybe he hasn't attended enough weddings,
Yes.
but just a pointer. Eat before you go to the wedding.
Very true.
Yeah, don't go to that wedding hungry.
Very true, by the way.
You'll be upset throughout because you are hungry, you have a headache, your stomach is... Eat. And eat properly.
And also carry your own water.
Yes, about 2
Yes.
bottles if you can. Then go to the wedding. You will enjoy the festivities.
Yeah.
When they start dancing, you will be with them. Everything. When people are queuing, you won't even queue. You will not mind going. The point is this. The wedding
Yes.
is intended for you to witness a ceremony.
Yes.
The eating is just a small added advantage.
Yes.
If your purpose is to go and eat, then you have misunderstood why you were invited for that wedding. You're not invited to go and eat to the point where you can't think.
You are invited to go and celebrate the couple.
Well, it has reminded me of a time. Yeah, I did try that. You go to a wedding and you're like, it was just an event. So I'm there and I'm like, I did not eat anything. Like I had only taken breakfast. So it's already 4 p.m. I'm like, well, kwani chakula hivi? Hiki chakula kifiki. Mmefika mpaka 8. And the place you are, there are no shops around. So lazima utegemee what is there. I'm telling you, my friend.
Uliumia.
Finally, what came in that plate? Nilisema siku nyingine.
Ujipate.
Siku nyingine nijipate.
All right. So let's get into the day that we're celebrating. What day are we celebrating?
Well, today is World Humanitarian Day. This is a day that is meant to honor humanitarian workers who risk their lives to help those in crisis, such as in conflict zones or in disaster areas. It also raises awareness about global humanitarian needs, commemorating the 2003 bombing of the UN headquarters in Baghdad.
Okay. World Humanitarian Day.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there are workers who do work in such areas where disaster areas, conflict-stricken zones. Such people, by the way, they do sacrifice a lot. They do face a lot also. So it is quite important that we appreciate the efforts. We appreciate the work that they do. Quite important. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, some of us can't do even a quarter of what they do.
True.
We wouldn't survive.
True.
Okay.
Like, for example, when you look at some of the times, there's the bombing that happened in Dusit last time, and you saw some people who are really, people who came there to help people, the victims. There are people who came there to even offer food,
Yes.
drinks.
There are people who came with their weapons. That's when I
Yes.
knew Kenyans are heavily armed.
True. I remember also. So a lot really happens when there are disasters happening, and therefore it is quite important that you just extend your kind heart, towards such events.
Good. I like it. The train?
And there's also another day. Well, this is World Photography Day, a global day set aside to celebrate photographers, which is quite important, and encourage people to capture and share their visual stories.
I haven't been taking photos for a while, by the way. But when I used to, because there's a time I used to take, I had a really good phone, and I used to take like proper photos until that phone just shut down and my passion kind of died.
How old was the phone when it died?
About a year, not more than two, no, less than 1.5 years. It was probably 14-15 months old.
Was it one of those waterproof phones? Where
Yes.
When you take a bath, you can take a bath with it.
Yes.
Yeah. And you believe them.
Yes. But it didn't die because I put it in water.
How do you know?
Because I searched online, because it was a very popular brand, or rather it is a very popular brand.
We will not mention the brand.
Yes.
But it was popular.
Yes. So I researched online, and I found out that particular model of that phone had those issues. Yes. And it had nothing to do with waterproofing or any of the problem.
Yeah, of course.
It was a software problem.
popularity doesn't mean quality anyway.
So you woke up and it wasn't functioning, or did something happen before?
I woke up, I unlocked the phone, I checked a few messages, and then it just went blank.
Well, I once had a phone, again a popular brand. I've never used that brand ever again. Mine was a little more dramatic. There's a small green man who appeared on the phone.
Yes.
Then this green man walked across.
And he left.
Across. No, he didn't leave. Then stood in the middle. Then fell down. The phone went off.
Oh.
And that was it.
That was the end of that story.
What kind of a phone is that? But anyway, it's important. It's important, by the way, to take these photos because right now, some of the memories that we have when we were kids, they are preserved in our photos. Yeah, the photos that we have at home. You see your father, your mother, a family photo. So it's quite important.
Actually, my mom has got some of our best memories. She keeps photos from even before we were born, and anatuoneshanga venye walipatana baba yangu wakakatiana mahali waliishi. By the time my brothers were born, to the point where now I was also born, and also when I was just growing up, when I was a toddler, not knowing myself, to the point whereby I celebrated my first birthday ever, and so on and so forth. So basically, what am I saying? Mothers have very good memories as far as photo keeping skills are concerned.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
And I hope you do that too for your kids.
Yeah, we do that.
Okay,
we do that.
Good.
Well, now the train takes us to South Africa.
It does, huh?
Yeah, to this one, Desmond Tutu, the late Archbishop, Anglican Bishop. Yes, and this is what he said. Do your little bit of good where you are. It's those little bits of good put together that overwhelm the world. The late Bishop said, do your little bit of good where you are. It's those little bits of good put together that overwhelm the world.
I'm sure this is what he said in Zulu, or is it in one of those languages?
True.
Yeah.
Very true.
I was there when he wrote that.
Yes, that's very true.
Totally get it. Proverb yako inasema
watakupiga.
Nikijipata South Africa.
There's a, World Humanitarian Day. I was thinking about a Swahili word which encompasses it, utu. There are those who then translate it into a broader understanding of how we natives of this continent relate to each other. They call it Ubuntu. Okay?
True.
Yes, there is an African proverb that reminds me of this. The consequences of not embracing it and not considering the welfare of others. A child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth.
A child who's not embraced by its village,
yes,
will burn it down to feel its warmth.
That's heavy.
That's actually something that that we should actually consider, because if you think about the deep meaning, if you've never been nurtured by your people or your village, when the time comes when you need to break off from that village, whether you will do anything and everything to them just to make yourself feel wanted, needed, or feel justified to take the path that you will take in life. Thank you so much for that one. rgk.co.ke is where we are supposed to be meeting right now, by the way. At exactly 14 minutes past 6 o'clock. What is making headlines? If you've checked out our social media pages, that is Radio Gen KE across all socials, you will see that today we shall be hosting some individuals from Ukraine, specifically the Ukrainian ambassador to Kenya. He's going to be here to talk about the situation that is happening in his country, and of course the bilateral relations that Ukraine has with Kenya. Speaking of which, I can see here there is the Ukraine peace talks in Washington and without clear commitments. So what is this story about? It's been posted about 6 minutes ago by who? By Tanya Wanjiko. So Tanya amesema hivi. President Volodymyr Zelensky met US President Donald Trump at the White House on Monday in renewed efforts to find a path towards ending the Ukraine war, or the war in Ukraine. Now, the talks drew several European leaders to Washington just days after Trump's summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska and of course it failed to deliver a ceasefire. So, despite Trump's upbeat tone and cautious engagement from European leaders, the discussions closed without concrete agreements on security guarantees on clear steps towards a peace deal. City, you were telling me something yesterday, because I remember I asked, why did Russia invade Ukraine? And you just you reminded me of the history where Ukraine was part of the USSR for a very long time, and by the time they were breaking off, obviously it was a bitter breakup. And Russia wasn't necessarily happy that this hot girlfriend left them. So maybe you can just recap on that conversation.
You know, the thing is, you are talking about the history of colonization, because when Ukraine then became part of Russia, it was how the Russians now expanded their empire and became the USSR, United Social Soviet Republic, USSR. It was massive. It spanned all the way to China and the border of China, and then came this way towards the Asiatic countries. Then it moved towards what we would refer to as the Europeans, and even partly in towards the Middle East. It was a huge empire. But the thing that you must remember is that at the time this was happening, the world was in the throes of changing. Now, you never see it changing. You only see it changing when certain events sort of like ring the alarm bell and say, I see. For countries in Europe that had been under USSR, that particular bell was rung when the Berlin Wall fell. Because it seemed to indicate that the power that the USSR had in Eastern Europe and then beyond had now been significantly reduced. So people started clamoring for what? For independence. And remember, much as they were part of USSR, they were a group of distinct people. They were a nation. Okay? Now, the problems that we have on this continent can also be traced to how the Europeans viewed living with their neighbors. Remember, if there's one part of the world that was constantly at war for something like even beyond 2 centuries, it was the Europeans.
The Europe, yes.
Those fellows were constantly fighting each other, constantly gaining territory, wanting more. And part of why they became related to each other was to ensure that there was peace. People would marry off their daughters. So you find after a while, people were related. Okay? But then
The monarchs, that
yes,
is.
it is. The monarchs were the country, just so that you understand. They owned the country. The country was theirs. And how it was managed was something called a feudal system. Their cousins, Nini, were lords. And natives like ourselves were just simple wananchi. You didn't own lands. You worked for the lord. You farmed the land. You gave him his bit. That's why they were called feudal lords. Land ownership and the individuals owning land, those stories came much later. Now, what happens when you're a great empire and things aren't going your way? You want to remind your people that you're still as great as you are. Sometimes these expansionist policies are just to remind people that you are powerful and they should understand you are powerful. Okay? Wajue. And I also told you that one of the things that colonialists do, they always make sure that they have their people in the countries they've colonized.
Yeah, of course, yes.
They will co-opt locals as well, but they have their own people. The part of Ukraine, the eastern part, is full of Russians Ukrainians of Russian origin. They are Russians. And this story didn't begin with a war. It began not last year, the year before, it's earlier. These individuals wanted to secede. They said they want to be their own country. The problems then began. Okay? But remember, this isn't a story that is unique to USSR. Great Britain as we know it is formed by Wales, part of Ireland, Scotland, and then England. The dominant force there are the English. Okay? They colonize these people. Now, those countries may form the UK, but they have been fighting for autonomy for a long time. The fight for autonomy tells you they were not always autonomous, because now they do over time they've had. You heard of the war that was in Ireland for the longest time.
Then it gave birth to Northern Ireland.
That war was specifically for that. People wanting self-realization, they wanted to be independent. So the issue of colonization, before it was brought to us here, those fellows had practiced it to a point where they understood it very well. So self-determination is something people always do. And that is the reason why there was this birth of independence. Remember, America, Australia, they began by being formed by people who are running away from Europe, running away. Australia was a penal colony. The hoodlums and the malcontents that they didn't want, yani the thieves they didn't, and bandits and they were taken to Australia, far away from England.
Mm-hmm.
It was a penal colony, meaning the whole of Australia was supposed to be a jail. America, people who are religiously persecuted, people who are not wanted. Remember, but you know what is strange about these colonies? These people who had experienced marginalization firsthand,
Right.
when they went to those places, they practiced the same thing that had been practiced on them. Same. You only need to look at the history of America and what those early immigrants, the pilgrims and what have you, did to the Native Americans. You just need to look at it and what they did to the Native Americans in Canada to tell you the Europeans took their nasty habits to those places. Australia and the Aborigines. It's not as though they went and found land where there were no people. There were people there. What did they do to those people? Now, that is more or less a summary of the history of Europe. And you could argue that even the formation of the state of Israel, okay, there are those who say it is a prophetic issue that emanates from the Bible. Then there are those who also argue that actually no. The Europeans decided they needed an enclave in the Middle East where they could have a say in the movement and the formation of things within that region. And if you look at the war that we now have there and the problems that are happening.
This is now the Israeli-Gaza war.
Yes. So, that in essence is a snapshot of what I see as the issues that we are dealing with. And if you look at any place which was colonized, the natives that they embraced in many ways carried out the same way of governance that the masters whom they had carried out. Yes.
They learned from their masters.
They did. They learned, and those who learned well learned very well.
Thank you for that.
They are worst, eh?
Thank you for that lesson, that history lesson. Before we go to the next story, salam zimfikie Michael Olande amesema bonjour l'équipe de RG. I will leave it at bonjour.
All right.
Just leave it.
Since you're speaking French, let me ask, excusez-moi s'il vous plaît.
Excusez-moi as well, because I don't know what. Then we have Sokoine Olepunda. Wacheni mimi by the way. We have Sokoine Olepunda amesema good morning RG squad. Patricia looks stunning today. Umesalimwa na Sokoine.
Oh, thank you.
Then we also have Soldier Boy amesema hey CT, good morning to Radio Generation team, how are you? Warm greetings from here in Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you very much Soldier Boy. Kwa hizo salamu. Haya, story next ni gani? In case you're wondering hizo salamu nimezipata wapi, that's on our YouTube channel. Like I told you, we are live. You can get us there and also get to interact as far as our conversations this morning are concerned. Duale appoints Dr. Richard Lesiampe as acting Kenyatta National Hospital CEO. Now, the Health Ministry has named Dr. Richard Leserian as the acting Chief Executive Officer of Kenyatta National Hospital, taking charge of the country's largest referral and teaching facility. Health CS Aden Duale, in a statement yesterday, said Lesiampe is an experienced healthcare administrator whose leadership will be crucial in steering the hospital through ongoing reforms. Ken H has been for a very long time, and you actually said something yesterday, CT. For a very long time, it was like almost the only one. It
was the only one.
Yeah, in this region.
No, country.
In the country.
It was a national referral, national, meaning when all the provincial hospitals couldn't cope.
Yes.
Kenyatta.
Actually, it was the only.
There was none.
Because most of the regional hospitals, like the Coast General, those were provincial hospitals. Yes. So if your case cannot be sorted at that level, you used to be referred to the National Hospital, which is Kenyatta.
Yeah. So now Dr. Richard ameingia kule kama CEO. Hope he does a good job. For a very long time, management at KNH had been issues.
That is a mobile landmine. KNH? My goodness.
What do you mean mobile landmine?
The problems in KNH are many. And they usually catch up with it. CEOs don't last in that place. Historically.
Yeah.
If by chance he happens to be progressive and actually wants to bring about change, his tenure there will even be shorter.
Okay, explain.
Well,
A hospital like KNH, given its size and given just the amount of money it generates, and given what it is that even is allocated for the management of the hospital from the exchequer, when I say it is a mobile landmine, the interests in that place are myriad. And you will find them. They have been there. Others who came before him found them.
Mm-hmm.
And my friend, navigating those waters, the shark-infested waters, is a very difficult thing.
Yeah.
Just the history of KNH and the number of CEOs who've come and gone and come and gone and come and gone. And there's always something that happens. Something happens. Somebody dies, the CEO is blamed, and you wonder why. All manner of things. Believe me,
Yeah.
a hospital of that size, a hospital of that capacity in the country of Kenya.
Yes.
I think it's just a reflection of the many things that are happening also in the ministries. You remember sometime here telling you that it doesn't matter sometimes who comes in as the CS in some of these ministries. Yeah, you come in, even simple mistakes zote unawekewa wewe. You get, simple negligence by maybe junior staff, yote inakuja kwako. So most of the time, sometimes we keep on saying that when you find a broken system,
someone is benefiting.
Some people are benefiting from that, and that is what basically CT is saying, that kienda pale, the problems are so many, myriad of issues, myriad of broken systems that are benefiting a few people.
Yeah.
But now I keep on asking myself, you mean we cannot get a solution to such kind of issues?
You can. You definitely can. Oh, yes, you can.
Because if a CEO will come, then he finds a myriad of problems, complaints. Mwishowe he ends up quitting. Ama akitolewa. So then it means these people ambao wanafanya hii system ina fail, they are still inside there. Ama wengine pia they are operating from outside.
Unapatanga cartels zingine hata si lazima zikuwe ndani. They could be outside but making like proper decisions for the organization. But here's some positive news about KNH. I mean, even the other one was positive, but this one is equally as positive as that one, if not better. The KNH is providing specialized care for conjoined twin girls born on August 13th, 2025 at Naivasha County Hospital. The babies, who were delivered via cesarean section with a combined weight of 3.6 kilograms, were transferred to KNH's Pediatric Intensive Care Unit in the early hours of August 14th. Now, the Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Evanson Kamuri, at the time, said the twins are joined at the abdomen and pelvis and were found to lack anal openings, which required urgent surgical intervention. To save their lives, the specialized pediatric surgical team performed an emergency colostomy on August 17th. This is according to Mr. Kamuri. Now, or rather Dr. Kamuri. The procedure created an opening to bypass the intestinal blockage and allow stool to pass safely. So watoto wamesaidika. You know what, there's a time KNH actually has been doing some proper groundbreaking surgeries.
It has.
Yeah, there's a time they also did some brain. I can't remember what was so special about this brain surgery, but it was the first of its kind in East Africa.
In East Africa,
There's also another time they restored someone private parts after they were cut off by his partner. Why anyone would go that direction is beyond me, but at least walimrudishia.
Oh, believe me. Remember,
Yes.
Kenyatta National Hospital is a teaching hospital.
Yes.
Kenya Medical Training College is attached to Kenyatta National Hospital. In US Nairobi Medical School.
The what now?
Nairobi University of Nairobi Medical School.
Okay.
Long before at the Aga Khan Hospital, Kenyatta University Hospital, Moi referral, before all those came about, it was Kenyatta where everybody went to train. So if you're talking about just the technical and the professional capacity, all the specialists that you know of, medical specialists, would be at Kenyatta. They may have the capacity to work in other hospitals, but that's where they were.
Yeah.
Because many of them were also teachers. Okay? Remember, this is a hospital that it is said generates something like 1.8 billion shillings annually. But then there's a problem. It is also said that it has an annual expenditure of 6.8 billion. So this disparity.
The first figure was how much?
6.8?
Revenue, 1.8 billion.
Ah.
Okay? But somehow it spends 6.8 billion. It is said. Now, why am I mentioning these figures? Those are sort of figures that attracts some of the worst type of people we have in this country. People whose thoughts are just the money. Remember, patients have to eat, so there's food. Supplies to the hospital. Put it this way. There are very many things in that particular hospital that relate directly to income and money and business. And there are people who've been doing this for the longest possible.
Yes.
Yes. So sometimes the conversation about what a hospital is meant for is lost in everything else that happens in the hospital.
Becomes a business, yeah?
It is a business, not that it becomes a business.
Yeah.
And yet, despite all that, it is the one hospital that probably has the best capacity to treat patients. Let me repeat. It is the one hospital that perhaps in this country has the best capacity to treat patients because it has the human resource that can do so.
Shida ni sasa kila mtu akienda huko pia alafu management. Let's hope Dr. Lesiampe, right? Will turn things around.
I hope he was somebody who has worked within Kenyatta. One of the problems we have with our public service is when you bring an outsider, that outsider is going to meet headwinds. We stopped making it normal to promote people from within the system. Somebody who's been in the system knows the system. You bring an outsider, how long do you think that person is going to take before they even understand how that system works? It is the same with our ministries. You bring a PS who's very qualified, but they are not career civil servants. And the people they're working with are career civil servants. Unless they have the capacity to bring people together, a unique capacity, they will meet headwinds.
And proper headwinds.
Yes.
Haya, tuingie hapa kwa traffic kidogo tuangalie what's happening on the roads of Nairobi.
Traffic.
And not just of Nairobi, perhaps Patricia will tell us about Mombasa, but this is what is happening. Westlands roundabout, actually that roundabout doesn't exist anymore, but yes, at that point the traffic is moving quite well. That's the only place that usually has traffic, especially in the morning hours, but right now it's looking good. So if you're coming all the way from Kangemi, huko Kino, unakuja Nairobi, you rest assured you're gonna get here in record time. If you're on Mombasa Road, let's see. If you're on Mombasa Road, you're coming from say Kitengela for instance, uko sehemu za Athi River, pia uko mko sawa, hamuna complaints zozote. A little bit of traffic at Kasina when you're approaching hotel connections, but that's because of zile matatu huwa zinasimama hapo hivyo 3D's hotel. But nonetheless, you guys are moving quite well. If you can be patient for about a minute and a half, you will get through that problem, and after that everything else is moving quite well through Argyle, Grand Hotel, past Panari, wende mpaka Nairobi West, tuingie Nyayo, uko sawa sawa kuingia Nairobi CBD.
Most of the other roads are quite okay, except here Thika Road. That's where I'm seeing a little bit of traffic, not like yesterday at the same time. Yesterday there was a lot of traffic, but today I see a little traffic just around Muthaiga as you head towards town. Jogoo Road, not much traffic. Actually, the usual place tumezoea kuona traffic, kuna traffic kidogo sana. Yes, the rest of the roads I see things are quite okay. Ngong Road as you head towards town, pale kuna traffic ni City Motor roundabout, na pia pale Prestige, that is where we are seeing a little bit of snarl up, but actually the rest of the road quite okay. Mombasa also things are not bad. Pale Lights Kengeleni, that's where we're seeing a little bit of a snarl up.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right, let's get into the newspapers. Leo tunaanza na Patricia. Patricia, what is happening on your end of the Gazette?
Well, Mung'ala, before I start with the Star newspaper, there's this one story still at our on our website that I also want us to maybe look at it. This is Kewopa condemns use of school uniforms in adult entertainment venues. Yeah, there's something that is happening nowadays. Why are clubs and these entertainment joints forcing their workers to put on school uniforms.
But are they school uniforms? Ama they're just
It's just a
costumes
uniform.
Well,
that
it is
look
just
like
a uniform
uniform?
that makes you look like you are a
Student.
student.
Are we talking about the skimpy clothes that look like school uniforms?
Yes.
That has been going on for a while.
Well, it has been going on for a while, but now the kuna increase kwamba right now wengi wanavalishwa manguo inakaa ni kama ni wanafunzi wa shule, and this has not sat well with KEWOPA, that is the Kenya Women Parliamentary Association, because they are saying that this growing trend of using school uniforms as costumes in adult entertainment venues is not socially acceptable.
Why?
It is unlawful and harmful. This is what they are saying.
Unlawful.
Yes, this is what they are
According
saying.
to them.
Yes, according to them, this is what they are saying, that reducing the attire to adult fantasy or profit grossly distorts its true meaning and carries deeply troubling implications for our society.
Why don't they expand on that particular perspective?
Okay, this is what they are saying. The association argued that the use of school uniforms in clubs and bars risks normalizing the sexualization of children while also encouraging underage drinking.
They have a point.
I knew that's where they were going, because I mean, if you're every time you're at the bar, your favorite bar, and you're seeing this school uniform in front of you, maybe when you get out of the bar, you actually start looking at the real wearers of that school
Actually,
uniform.
it's called conditioning. Your mind then gets set. Yes, they have a point. They have an extremely valid point.
So it is their work to legislate. They should legislate, bring up a bill in parliament so that that can. But it is something that is done even in the West. How many times do you watch movies where you see even couples role playing in school uniform?
Let me ask you something.
Yes.
You know that the decadence of the West cannot possibly be a good example to follow.
True.
Those fellows are lost. Half the things that are extolled and are considered to be morally okay are completely warped. Absolutely and completely warped.
So if you are to absorb everything from the West, then we are about to lose our society.
No, we're about to lose it completely.
Yes. So there's something here that they're saying that this practice for undermining the symbolic value of school uniforms, which represent innocence, discipline and learning. Actually, hapo kwa innocence, najua pale ndo wako na shida.
Wacha akina wanasheria, akina mama wa sheria wafanye nini? Come up with the legislature to ensure. And now those are the kind of things I say I want to see women doing, because chances are a man wouldn't have come up with that law, or if they would have, it would have taken us a couple of millennia. Now you see, now they're doing something good, so let them continue, let them proceed.
But I need to make a correction here.
Yes.
The statistics that I gave of 1.8 billion,
Yes.
I was looking at the KNBS. Those are 2016 statistics. 2023, the Kenyatta National Hospital revenue is 20 billion.
Okay.
The revenue is actually 20 billion.
20 billion.
Not the 6.8.
No, 1.8.
Was
That was
2016.
2016 Kitambo. It is 20B. Yet we are told the expenditure is 26.8B.
Yeah.
20 billion ni pesa mingi sana. And you can understand the interest that people would have.
Yeah.
Yes.
But utapata that disparity is quite huge. All right. So, Patricia, what is on the Star?
Yes, a biggest story nchi yetu tu na scandals, left right center scandals za pesa kila upande. So this is what it is saying: millions lost in counties payroll scam. That is page 4 and 5. More cash remitted for salaries than amounts in payrolls. Yeah. So key loopholes in county payrolls: fraud or manipulation of payroll, falsification of birth dates to remain in service beyond retirement age, remittance of more money to banks for salaries payments than the amounts captured in the payrolls, use of manual system easily manipulated, that can easily be manipulated, excessive hiring, payment of ghost workers, payment of irregular erroneous wages and allowances, inflation of the number of casual workers, employees sharing the same bank account numbers, lack of staff establishment, then irregular appointments and redesignations.
Hapo kwa bank accounts kidogo ndio sikuwa najua inafanyika, lakini that one for backdating or front dating dates, that one I know happens a lot. Whereby someone was born in 1959, but the birth certificate is adjusted somehow, and apparently they were born in 1971.
Not even the birth certificate. Sometimes the when they are capturing the dates,
the details,
yes, pale kwa payroll wanabadilisha, kama this person is not yet due for retirement,
as old as you think he is.
Yes,
I actually know of certain people currently serving.
This is funny.
They never
tell us about your relatives.
They never retire.
No, tell us about your relatives. Walifanya nini?
Sijasema that my relatives.
Of course they are.
Sikiza bana city. Simi ndio nakwambia story, hii story yangu.
It is your story and they're your relatives.
So I know certain people who are on paper they're actually very young, but in reality
let me tell you.
Unapata jamaa anakaa city, ako na nywele ya white, but this person insists they are 45. And you're like, how? 15 more years to go in the service.
Yeah, by then you wonder they never retire.
Yeah.
Wako tu kazi. So I think those are some of the loopholes whereby we are losing a lot of funds as a country. We are losing a lot of millions in terms of payroll. And again, I sometimes I wonder, like, how do you have a payroll?
Yep.
Yeah. And whatever you're paying is different from what is on the payroll. Hata kama wewe
Patricia. The payroll doesn't payroll itself, eh?
Sure.
Somebody inputs. There are people who feed information.
Yes.
Okay. It has become a national sport what the Auditor General is authenticating over there. See, when you normalize wrong, which is what we have done, you normalize it by winking, by assuming it's not there, by explaining, it's not really that bad. It's just a few people, and after all, it's Kenyans who are being employed. My friend, the entire premise on which this discussion is being had is wrong. Somebody is breaking the law and doing wrong. There's nothing like a big wrong.
A wrong is a wrong.
A wrong is a wrong. There's a teacher who once said something. This fellow used to teach us French. Very interesting. And he made a statement which now, he said, he who can steal a shilling can steal a cow.
True.
Simple. He said with a French accent, which I can't mimic.
He who can steal a shilling can steal a cow.
Where there's this part of the manual system, the use of manual system that can easily be manipulated, of course. True. So now sometimes you also wonder why most of these government institutions, ukienda, every now and then they just like the manual system. They just like the old way of doing things.
It is not that they like the manual system. The manual system enables them to achieve their ends, whatever it is they want to do. You see, we asked a question the other day why it is we don't elect people who have shown a clear track record of putting a halt to all these nonsensical practices that we've embraced. It is because we like these practices. That is my view. We actually like corruption. We don't really want somebody who's going to put a halt to it. We prefer someone who can talk about it loudly, and then we can feel righteous by criticizing them for not doing what they're supposed to do. But we don't really mind wrong. If it benefits us, we mind it very much. When other people are benefiting and we don't benefit, we mind and we complain and we speak about it and we chop it up into pieces. But we actually like our corruption. That is my view.
We actually love it.
Yes, each of us has the little corruption we entertain. But so when we talk about getting rid of corruption, I ask the question, do we really want to get rid of it? My answer is we don't.
Yeah. If I look at the front page of the Business Daily, the headline says, NSE gains 1 trillion shillings amid shares rally and bonds decline. We'll get an economist one day to tell us. So the NSE has gained 1 trillion. Hiyo pesa imetoka wapi? I'm sure it could be toka kwa investors for sure. I just want to understand the science behind it or the mathematics behind it. Treasury blocks use of tax refunds to offset KRA dues in fallout. I have an issue with this, by the way, CT.
Ask.
Treasury, no, I mean, okay. Treasury blocks use of tax refunds to offset KRA dues in fallout. So sometimes you'll find that you owe KRA, maybe in taxes and fines. You owe them, even say 100,000 Kenyan shillings, right? But now your dues, or rather, sorry, the amount of money they owe you,
yes,
is probably even 500,000.
Yes.
So you tell them, badala munikimbiza huku mkinitisha hii pesa, out of the 500,000 you owe me, chukweni 100,000 hapo.
Yes.
Tuache kusumbuana. But they don't do that.
No.
I'd like them to start doing that.
I think it would make sense.
Yes.
Because really, offset it so that now just claim what it is that I owe after you've taken.
Yes.
I don't know, what logic do they use for doing this?
That's why I said we need an economist, one of these fine days, or a financial expert to just come and explain why, or even someone from KRA. Actually, that would be the best person. Atuambie kwa sababu gani KRA ndio uko na pesa yao, uko na fines, wamekufine, wanataka uwalipe 30,000. Lakini tukiangalia pia how you've done your tax returns, they actually owe you 100k. So wachukue 30,000 yao, hizo madeni zao wanasema uko nazo, then wakupatia tu 70 yako.
But you know, most of the time we know how we do file our returns. Yeah. So by the time you get to the point of you want to be refunded, you know, there are so many things that they will check. Yeah, because of course you have done the filing yourself. How can we be sure of this? So there is a lot of reconciliation that usually takes place for you to be able to reach at that point.
Actually, usually they're the ones who will inform you. Care directly informs you.
Yes.
But getting the money is a different story. And that's why.
That is why.
A completely different story. So,
let me just read that first paragraph of this story. The Treasury has blocked the Kenya Revenue Authority, that is KRA, from implementing sections of the Finance Act 2025 that allowed businesses, it already allowed, but now it has been blocked. Because KRA has a lot of my money. Anyway, that allowed businesses and individual taxpayers to offset their tax dues using refunds of excess cash paid to the taxman, dealing a blow to their cash flow plans. KRA has a lot of my money. I don't want to say how much, but if they were to pay me today, today is what, 19th of August 2025. Hapa kila mtu nawapeleka nini? Nawapeleka mtaka kwenda wapi? Diani, Kilimanjaro?
Diani ni sawa.
Hapa kila mtu naweza wapeleka. Na nikisema hapa kila maisha radio generation yote.
Oh.
Yes, that's how much money they owe.
Unadai pesa ngapi? Surely what business do you do?
you know, you must remember, Mbuvi is doing a Kenyan thing here. We have no idea what he's talking about.
And that's why I said, you know, sometimes when you say unadai KRA, there is a lot of reconciliation. Ndugu yangu unaweza kwenda huko hata upate hiyo kuwadai ni wao wanakudai.
Ni ukweli. That's the other thing.
But KRA, in all honesty,
yes,
is an entity you can actually talk to.
True.
Yeah, very friendly.
Yeah,
you
can very accessible.
Yes, they are very accessible, and they will take the time to. They are not in a hurry. They are not punitive as people imagine. They are not. You can actually go explain, and you be told, okay, you've explained now. Can you do this and this and this and this?
Provide this and this and this as
yes,
evidence.
Yes.
So if you provide this, kama ni any updating tutafanya.
Yes.
But then ndio nimesema, in the process of providing the evidence, you might end up being the one who is supposed now to pay them.
Yeah, of course. And not a lot of Kenyans are they're not tax literate. So you might think that, hey, me, I've been paying my taxes, I've been doing returns, I've been doing this.
May I disagree with you, please?
Please do.
Yes.
Yes.
That is what it manifests as. But actually, we are tax payment averse. We don't like paying taxes.
True.
Okay.
True.
And then we say, no, we don't really understand. We don't see the things we want to understand. We understand. How is it that we understand the Chan football games that are going? Everybody knows about it. I seem to be the only one who doesn't know. Everybody, because the things you want to know, you will know. The things you don't want to know, You'll find all sorts of reason to explain it. But I really must talk about this. Remember yesterday I was talking about the money.
Yes.
To be very honest, that view is even further entrenched. Because I was reading into people who have earned money that you can't even dream of. 250,000 pounds a week. Somebody's earning. And then
you're talking about footballers, yeah?
I'm talking about footballers. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay? And they're around the same age as these young gentlemen who are playing for us now. And we're talking about 2.5 million, not 250,000 pounds, okay? The story is, many of these people, not the vast majority, many, went broke. Yani broke, nothing, nada, everything sold. And when you hear the bad investments they made and the amount, there's a guy called Asamoah Gyan.
He's from Senegal? No?
Ghana, yeah.
That boy used to have a gold Rolls Royce and other things.
Saizi hakuna kitu.
You all know of Ronaldinho.
Yeah.
He even went now back to his Mavare.
Amanda Shags.
Uko ushago kwao. Brazil, right?
Yes, that man had money. There's like a guy who was in the English Premier League called Heskey. Emil. Big guy. The guy who just runs at defenders and parts ways. Then we have somebody called Diego Maradona, whom everybody knows. I'm simply trying to tell you that if these young Kenyans don't have their money managed,
they will go that route.
Believe me, it will end badly. It has to be managed well. You cannot just say they'll manage. They can't. People who are earning this weekly, weekly you have the ability to actually, next week you'll get, next week. And when you look at the sum total that they earned over time, they are colossal sums.
Yeah.
And then somebody has nothing. Nothing.
I saw one of the guys saying that nowadays they are receiving a lot of calls. A lot of calls, even from relatives who stopped talking to them a long time ago.
We said this yesterday.
They have reserviced.
And what about the homeboys? What about the homegirls? What about... The thing is this. It is a trap that they must be removed from. It is an opportunity that could change their lives for the better. But if not managed, it likely ruin their lives.
City, I want us, you tell us what is on your paper, but before you do that, let me just give you an overview of what Cristiano Ronaldo, one of the highest paid footballers, makes. Cristiano Ronaldo's weekly salary with Al Nassr in Saudi Arabia is approximately $4 million. This is weekly. Monthly, this guy makes roughly $20 million just kicking a ball around. Of course, with the talent and the skill that he has garnered over the years. Nini kwa gazeti yako?
I was actually looking at it. Yes.
Well, City, before we get out of the KRA story, I think when you say we do not like paying taxes as Kenyans, well, it is true, but majorly, do you know why? The reason why Kenyans do not want
see what our taxes are doing for us.
Sure. So we want that motivation. We want to receive the services that come along with the payment of taxes.
Yes.
That way, pia tutakuwa motivated like those players.
Yes. So, young stars who are driving Harambee Chan campaign, young, though they are great and personal flair, rather through, then there's a whole mention. The story is on page 35. That is what you see. Then bang in the middle of the paper, UDA Raila MP's meeting, fallout. Apparently there was a meeting yesterday, inaugural joint meeting, okay? The environment didn't go well and the forum ended prematurely, okay? Right. This was a meeting held at the KCB Leadership Center in Nairobi yesterday. And it was a coalition, MPs from ODM, and all the... You know something? This is very good news.
Yes.
I want to explain to you why I'm saying it is good news.
Please do.
When ideas clash, it's not individuals. It gives an opportunity to examine them in even greater detail and to try and find ideas that can actually work. When there is consensus and people agree immediately, I'm usually fearful. Because I'm wondering what deal have they cut. But when they disagree, it means people are not seeing eye to eye, and that is a good thing. It means their opinions that are differing. That is a very good thing, because when the discussion is around the nation and the direction it should go and the things that should happen, issues of CDF and what have you. The story goes to say that Raila insisted legislators shouldn't run CDF kitty. That's his opinion. My opinion is the complete opposite. I believe they should. But see, it's opinion. I'm certain that he has reasons, and I'm certain the reasons are logical. But again, that's the beauty of opinions. We don't have to have the same opinion, do we?
No, we don't.
We don't.
And the fact that the opinions are not necessarily in agreement doesn't mean that either of us is wrong or right for that matter.
Yeah. But now it opens room for discussion.
That's the point.
Yes.
A lot of discussion so that it now comes out. If you're saying they shouldn't, why? Explain. And how would it be different if it went to the governors? And you know my favorite all-time stories. Governors who can't manage the money they are given, why do you want to give them more money? The one they have in our Sumbua, it bothers them. Now you want to give them more? No. Let it stay waiting.
You are Sumbwe zaidi.
Let it stay waiting.
Siti ataki hiyo maneno.
No, I don't.
Kabisa.
There's something here on the Standard, and it says, worst ever speakers, President William Ruto has once again broken his silence to lash out at Parliament, where the leadership of Moses Wetangula and Amason Kingi is coming under sharp scrutiny. The two speakers stand accused of abandoning impartiality, presiding over corruption-tainted chambers, and surrendering the House to the highest bidder, far from defending the people they represent. Critics say Wetangula and Kingi are fast cementing their place among the worst underwhelming speakers in Kenya's history. Sini juzi tu Speaker Wetangula mesema that Rift Valley belongs to Ruto. Then same president came out and said, hey, bwana, you guys.
But the question is, does it really belong to Ruto?
I'm just saying what Wetangula said and what it implies. Whether it belongs to Ruto or not, that is up to the people of Rift Valley. Yeah.
You know, the Rift Valley is a hotspot and a mixture of very many communities.
Yeah.
Look at where the Rift Valley begins. Laikipia. You hear of Nanyuki. People think it's in central Kenya. It is not. It's in Laikipia County. Then you move this way, you go to Narok. You go as far as the border. Towards Hispania. You're still Rift Valley. Then you go north. You move towards the lakeside. Rift Valley is massive. And it has literally very many Kenyan communities within its boundaries. So when you say it belongs, what do you mean?
And you know, a lot of people, when we say Rift Valley, the first thing that they think about is Kalenjins.
Yes.
Sure.
So they never think that anyone else
There are
could be
Kikuyus,
living, or even natives of the Rift Valley.
The Maasai
live
in the Rift Valley. The big towns within the Rift Valley are cosmopolitan. Nakuru is cosmopolitan.
Yes.
Eldoret is cosmopolitan. Very cosmopolitan. Narok is cosmopolitan. Think of any county within the Rift Valley and you'll find it is cosmopolitan. So when you say it belongs, what do you mean? If you look at the representation of members of parliament, it is also a face of the people of the country.
Right.
It is one community is dominant because it was originally their part of the world, but the cosmopolitan nature of it is the authenticity of it is in the leadership that is elected. It tells you that there are other communities who are not resident, but they are part and parcel of the community of that particular place. Political psychophancy is a currency that is used by many people. Okay?
Yep.
And telling the president things that someone thinks the president would like to hear, as though the president doesn't know. He has an entire intelligence service to give him information. And then you want to contribute your 2 cents.
Wanamwambia, mheshimiwa huko kitoko ni kama kumewaka moto.
I think they've forgotten that we have moved. We have moved far away from such kind of politics. Politics of the regional politics, tribal. Yeah, I think they need to understand that we are shifting away from that. Yes, we are shifting away from that.
Unaona venye City anakuangalia na side eye, giving a bombastic eyesight, you know? Is it side eye?
City, I want to tell you that in 2027 you will be shocked.
I will be.
Yeah, you will be shocked.
I wait to be shocked, but I doubt I will be shocked. this Gen Z movement that everybody calls a revolution,
Kidogo ni tricky.
and it's going to change the politics of the country.
I want you also to mark that it is not just the Gen Zs in terms of age. This is an ideology that is getting into most people.
You know, Patricia, I want you to hold that thought because I'm looking at the clock. Tomorrow, I want us to discuss this ideology that you're talking about.
Sure.
Yeah. All right, so we are about to get into the news. Karibu nisema with Patricia Wayua, but we are about to get into the news with Winnie Maganga. However, let me give a few shout-outs to Ongwae Shem. Ongwae Shem amesema morning RG, good history from Historian City. We also have amesema Nakuru Rongai is locked in. Then there's Alex Mwai, West Pokot na wapata vizuri tena sana. Yeah, so thank you so much. Oh, there's Ben Bote Adore, or is it Adori? Amesema listening from Lake Simbi. Lake Simbi iko wapi?
Lake Simbi is in a place called Karachuonyo, Kindu Bay. The place is referred to as Simbi Nyaima. Yes.
All right. So, as we get into the news, please let us know also where you're listening from. Kama uko Lake Simbi, unaweza katuambia kama uko any other lake rather, si Lake Simbi peke yake. Utuambie unatusikiza kutoka hapo na unatusikiza ukiwa na nani. Right now though, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The Health Ministry has appointed Dr. Richard Lesiampe Lesirian as the acting Chief Executive Officer of Kenyatta National Hospital. The announcement was made through a statement by Health Cabinet Secretary Eden Dwale. The CS described Lesiampe as a seasoned healthcare administrator with expertise needed to guide KNH through ongoing reforms. Prior to his appointment, Dr. Lesiampe served as the acting CEO at the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital, where he played a key role in elevating the hospital's profile and operational capacity. Chief Justice Martha Koome has raised concerns over a rising wave of cyber attacks targeting judicial officers. Koome warns that the trend poses a serious threat to judicial independence. Speaking on Monday, August 18th, 2025, during the official opening of the 2025 Judges Colloquium, Koome said that while technology has transformed access to justice, it has also opened new avenues for harassment and intimidation. Koome cautioned that these attacks are not simply spontaneous criticism, but calculated campaigns designed to intimidate judges and undermine the rule of law.
We have seen with growing concern that some critics have turned to social media not to engage constructively, but to malign and denigrate judges and judicial officers. These social platforms have become conduits for unfounded accusations, half-truths, and outright defamatory allegations intended to sow doubt and delegitimize judicial decisions. Such attacks are not only directed at individual judges, but are calculated to corrode public confidence in our entire system of justice.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki says Kenya requires bipartisan consensus building to deal with serious and heavy national issues. He said the country requires bipartisan efforts to heavy lift serious national issues like those captured in the 10-point agenda, including the fight against corruption, ethnic bias, and other vices. Speaking during a joint parliamentary group meeting with ODM and UDA legislators on Monday, he said without bipartisan effort, no single side can heavy lift these serious national issues.
Without bipartisan efforts, no single side can be able to ever lift these national issues. So let us not underestimate what the leadership of the UDA through President Ruto, the leadership of ODM through His Excellency Raila Odinga.
I&M Group has channeled 1.9 billion Kenya shillings into its operations in Tanzania and Uganda as part of efforts to strengthen their earnings and expand market share. The decision comes after the regional lender recorded a 38% growth in net profit to 7.7 billion Kenya shillings for the 6 months ending June 30th, up to 5.6 billion Kenya shillings in the same period last year, largely supported by its Kenyan unit. The subsidiaries in Uganda and Tanzania saw their share of the group's overall net profit reduced to 24% compared to 26% last year. Here is the I&M Group CEO Kihara Maina.
Really commendable in just the space of 1 year. Our NPS is holding up even despite that growth, and digitally active customers have actually ticked up to 86%. These customers that we are acquiring are also bringing in significant revenue and are now contributing 24% of our revenue.
The M23 rebel group in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo has suspended peace talks with the government, accusing authorities of failing to honor ceasefire signed last month in Qatar. The rebels said they will only return to the table if the government respected the terms of the agreement. The standoff comes after months of renewed clashes in North Kivu and South Kivu, while M23 has captured side areas, including the regional capital Goma, since January. The ceasefire deal reached in Qatar was seen as a critical step towards ending the conflict, but it has now collapsed as both sides trade blame over continued attacks. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed, this is Radio Generation. My name is Mung'ala Mbuvi. It's 7 minutes past 7 o'clock, and I'm with City Muga. And as usual, we tell you that you can find us on Radio Gen KE. That's across all socials. And you can also watch us live on our YouTube channel. You can also get us on our website. That is rdk.co.ke. In studio this particular morning, we do have our guest. He got here right on time, and we're actually happy about that. And the conversation is going to be basically around the Ukrainian-American not the Ukrainian-American, but the Ukrainian-Russian situation. I'm talking about Peter Zalmayev. He is a Ukrainian-American political expert and also a TV host. Peter, a very good morning to you and welcome to Radio Generation.
Morning, folks. I wish our viewers had a glimpse of what it looks like here being inside. It's got to be the coziest studio I've ever been to so far.
Really?
It's lovely. I love it.
Yeah, you just told us when we were off air that you've been to about how many countries so far now?
So far 25 on my world wind tour and 15th African country.
This is your 15th
yes.
African country.
And I'm doing slow travel. I'm doing travel with the locals. No flights. Starting off in Johannesburg and circling around South Africa, Lesotho, Eswatini, Botswana, Namibia. I'm going to go through the Mozambique, Malawi, Zambia, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Burundi, Rwanda, Uganda, and Kenya. All by land, buses, a few times car rentals, but mostly just buses with the locals, slow travel, rattling, loud, slow travel.
Have you tried taking the motorbikes here in Kenya?
Oh yeah, all the time. And I know I have to. It's the thing is here, sitting in the back seat, folks do not wear helmets. And that's something that should, take the, look at the example of Rwanda. Rwanda is way stricter on that score. You cannot, whoever is, first of all, they will
as
not
a passenger, you need to have a helmet.
And they will not take us two passengers. They will only take one, and everyone has to wear a helmet. That, I think, is a good example to follow, to be honest. But yes, I have.
Have you been on a bike that has got more than one passenger?
Oh yeah. I've been guilty of myself. I'm traveling with other people, and they've been with me on that bike.
Well, they say if you go to Rome, you do what the Romans do.
Indeed.
Even the Romans are wrong.
Even when they're wrong.
Even the Romans are suicidal.
I think that was the idea. Whatever they do, whether you like it or not, whether it's legal, illegal, whether you like it, just do it.
Did you enjoy the motorbike experience in Uganda?
No, Uganda.
Yes.
Oh, Uganda was rough, in more ways than one, But listen, by the time I got to Uganda, I had been hardened by Burundi.
Yeah.
Think about Burundi, right? It's got to be the poorest country. But you know what? Some of these, like Lesotho, Malawi, Burundi, on paper, the poorest countries in the world, right? And they happen to be one of my favorite, because of many reasons, So for me, it's not a criteria, the country's development, there's the other things that I'm interested in.
When you were told the country is one of the poorest and you visited, how did you find the people? Did you find poor people, or did you find people who have found a way of getting along with the circumstances?
No, indeed, and I've met with a lot of Burundians, including Pierre Clavel, who is the head of the Reconciliation Commission, because it's a twin country of Rwanda. They had their genocides way before, right? From dating back to the 70s,
60s,
and even the 60s. He's an upstanding fella, really respected, and he told me, like, Peter, this is very unfair. I mean, of course, these metrics, Western standards, they don't take into account, hand to mouth sort of subsistence economy where people are self-sufficient. Of course, they have power outages. Of course, there's all sorts of issues like medicine, right, and healthcare and all of this, but people do get by, and it's not as bad as sometimes they make it out to be. You remember the king of Bhutan, this Himalayan kingdom, came up with this clever concept. He said, we will no longer, measure our GDP. He came up with GHP, global, and instead of GDP, it would be gross happiness product. And so that was kind of revolutionary in the way you approach how people live in a country and how you measure their level of happiness.
Yeah.
Peter, tell us a little bit about the Eurasia Democracy Initiative. What is it?
I founded this organization in 2008 as I graduated the Columbia University in New York. It was the worst time to graduate. You remember the recession, etc. The Western world was quite hard hit by the economic winds of change, and but this was the idea to promote democracy and human rights in countries of the former. So that was my specialization as someone who came from Ukraine but lived in America. I went to America in '94. I lived in the state of Tennessee. I was a Protestant minister for a while. Then I moved to New York. Then I got on the board of directors of the American Jewish Committee. I have my hands in many different pots. I mean, I'm ecumenical, so to speak, right? But this was a kind of a vehicle for me to, continue my kind of preaching business, right? But in a secular sense, right? There's a lot of interlap between, religion and human rights as it is practiced by Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch. So there's something good about it, but there's something also a bit, retrograde about how we approach. How we have this idea of what human rights should be, especially now that we're talking, it's a very poignant issue. But anyway, since then, this organization has grown. It has allowed me to speak on these issues. Yesterday I had a veritable marathon of TV appearances. I was on Al Arabiya, Saudi channel. I was on Al Jazeera Inside Story. I was on a Mozambique TV channel. I was on Botswana and Namibia radio, Polish TV, etc. To talk about what occurred in Alaska, and just yesterday, I'm sure you were watching what happened in Washington with Zelensky and Trump, etc.
Yeah.
We can definitely talk about it.
Yes, definitely. And I think that's where we should start this conversation. Right now, a lot is happening in Ukraine.
Right.
And we obviously the rest of the world has been knowing what is happening in Ukraine, but at one point the news became lethargic because we kept on seeing all these stories, and at one point people have sort of moved and shifted focus. But maybe you can shine a light and let us know what exactly is happening. We know President Trump did meet President Putin. They had a conversation. Then now he met Zelensky yesterday. So what's up with that? Are we seeing anything in the horizon?
And actually, what you started off our conversation in introducing me, I think you may have said a conflict between Russia and U.S. or something like that.
No, yes, I didn't say the conflict between Russia and U.S. I said relations between Ukraine and the U.S. But I corrected it too.
But a lot of people will say actually the other thing, Russia versus the U.S. And that's for in your case it may have been a Freudian slip or a semi-Freudian slip, but in the minds of a lot of people, this is a war between Russia and the West, as if Ukraine has no agency here whatsoever and is being used as a pawn in this grand scheme of things. You know, leaving that aside, right? We can of course discuss that. But what happened yesterday in Washington, what you saw was a group of European leaders who decided to accompany Zelensky to a meeting with the American president, who, once again, coming out of a meeting with Vladimir Putin, to whom he had unrolled a red carpet in Alaska, all of a sudden began retranslating and rebroadcasting Putin's wishes, to the point where, you know, no longer do we need a ceasefire, let's just go straight to the peace agreement. So you have to, as you comment on these things, you have to unpack for folks who are not really as involved in this, or, you know, as I am in these issues, and that's most people. I mean, I do it professionally, and I'm a Ukrainian American. I mean, I represent kind of both countries. That a lot of this is code, you know, code words and code wishes by the Kremlin. And that's why it's so disheartening sometimes to see how gullible, forgive me, and naive the American president may come across, or maybe self-serving and self-interested. We just don't know what their potential agreements were in Alaska, including in that limo ride with no one else present.
Right.
So you're just wondering what the motivation is. But when we talk about this, coming back to the issue of the ceasefire versus the peace agreement, you know, Vladimir Putin has just gotten a carte blanche to continue bombing Ukraine while they hashing out this peace agreement. One thing, right? A ceasefire would have put an end to that, or at least put this war on hold, and that's why the German chancellors in the room kind of broke with the protocol. And the protocol now is you come to the Oval Office and you just flatter Trump to death. That's what Mark Rutte has been doing, the Secretary General NATO, whom I've actually met on a few occasions. That's what Macron is doing. What Merz said, you know, why can't we have a ceasefire? Why do bombs and drones have to continue falling while we're talking, right? It makes no sense. You know, so Putin, when he talks about peace, the peace agreement, there's all this conditionality attached to it, which essentially means a loss of Ukraine's sovereignty if we are to follow his wishes. That means a downsizing of the Ukrainian army to about 70,000, 80,000 men. We don't know right now. There's a million men under arms and women in Ukraine. That means a hard no to
All
NATO.
of them professional soldiers? Or
No, probably just a portion. I mean, they've become professional the last 2 years. They've been fighting in this war without demobilization now, and so a lot of them have become professional as they went. And so there's a hard no to NATO, and that means also it leaves open the question of what security guarantees will be provided to Ukraine in lieu of that, right? And that also means elections. You know, Vladimir Putin really wants Zelensky out of power.
Okay.
As quickly as possible. Whatever you say about Zelensky, for example, I did not vote for Zelensky. I'm not necessarily a supporter of Zelensky. I don't have to be. Of course, I support him as the president of a country at war, my country. And that also means that Putin wants someone friendly in Kiev, because his goal remains the same. I continue repeating it every interview I do. He wants to control all of Ukraine. So let's talk about swapping land, which also is at the outset a very unfair formula, because you're swapping Ukrainian land for Ukrainian land. I mean, it's all Ukrainian land. It's just that we're debating which one will stay with Russia and which one will revert to Ukraine, right? So this formula is very unfair, but it's also a red herring, unfortunately. You know, it's a red herring for Putin's larger goals, which he will be pursuing and continue pursuing, as we say, by nook or by crook, till he dies, and that is destruction of Ukraine's independence, or de facto independence and sovereignty.
Peter, maybe for someone who's listening to you for the first time, or seeing the news, Trump, Zelensky, and Putin, and they're probably wondering, okay, why are we having this war between Ukraine and Russia? A couple of years ago, was it like 3 or 4 years ago, or when Ukraine was invaded? Why was Ukraine invaded by Russia unprovoked? I'd like to believe.
Or you can go, you can have like a larger view and a larger sweep. And in Putin, remember that ignominious interview with Tucker Carlson, the famous American, or once again infamous American radio
TV personality.
TV. Now he's got his own X account, media personality, where Trump went centuries, like 3, 5, 6 centuries ago, and he started dabbling, kind of like digging in history, and it's all very spurious, right? You have to say that if we start digging into history, imagine what sort of territorial conflicts and disputes will arise in on the African continent. Then when you talk about the unity of the Russian and Ukrainian people, another sort of overarching historical argument that he's made is that, these are the same people. There's no difference, so we have to be the same. It's as if, let's take a look at the Bantu peoples, which populate the vast, probably majority of this continent, right? Everything from central to south, it's all Bantu peoples. One Bantu nation, let's say the Zulus, decide to take over the Basutus. Forgive me if I'm not being politically correct and say, well, we have this gaping hole in South Africa, called Lesotho, but it's the same people. We're all, Bantus. Let's just live as one country, and they decide to take over Lesotho. The Basuto people would have a thing or two to say about that, right? So that's about the spuriousness of these historical arguments. But then he's made all these other arguments that he invaded Ukraine to protect the Russian speakers living in the East. I'm a Russian speaker originally from the East. I grew up speaking Russian. I grew up in the city of Donetsk. We did not need that sort of armed intervention to defend our rights. It's ridiculous, right? I mean, people would never go to war over these issues. They never amounted to that. That was just a kind of a PR stunt and a justification. One of them. Then and finally, the big argument that has been made and rolled out, especially for African audiences, because journalists here always ask me that question. Well, NATO expansion, an existential threat to Russia, and Ukraine in NATO as an existential threat to Russia. There's few things to say about that, and that was Russia really promised, as Putin claims, that NATO would not expand sometime in the 90s. We don't have any written. It's not in writing, so let's just start with that. It may have been some gentleman's agreement. Show me the goods, as opposed to the Budapest Memorandum. Remember of 1994. I'm sorry, I'm getting really technical.
It's okay.
That was actually signed, and it was a security guarantee to Ukraine that would be in return to all the nuclear weapons Ukraine would be returning after the breakup of the Soviet Union. So we have that in writing, and see how much that's worth. Russia was a co-signatory of that.
Why would Ukraine be returning the nuclear weapons?
In 1994, that's what happened. I mean, first of all,
why did Ukraine have nuclear weapons?
A lot of people are wondering about that in Ukraine. There's a lot of revisions, like we should not have done that. We would have had nuclear weapons. Seem to be the only security guarantee these days that really works. Look at Iran. Iran has come very close, but not quite, and so it's vulnerable. Look at North Korea. North Korea is invulnerable because it did get the bomb.
The question I'm asking, and which I'd like you to expand to our listeners, is this: there's a reason why Ukraine had the nuclear bombs within its boundaries. There's a reason why Ukraine had the armament. Explain this. What is it about Ukraine that made it militarily strong long before even this conflict arose?
No, well, I mean, the nuclear weapons was part of there was the legacy of the Soviet Union. There was no country called Ukraine. Up until 91, it was just a constituent part of the Soviet Union, along with 14 other republics, of which Russia was also a constituent part, even though it was the dominating part. And so the nuclear weapons were stationed all over, including in Kazakhstan, the country of Kazakhstan in Central Asia. So it was just, the way it was viewed then, it was a technicality. Most of the nuclear scientists by then had left to go back to Russia. So to the point that you made, and it's echoed by a lot of Ukrainians, like we should not have returned the weapons. We did not have the wherewithal, the means to keep maintain them and service them. It was just, it's wishful thinking and it's revisionist.
It wasn't sustainable, basically.
But it is also rational in the sense that, yes, if Ukraine did have nuclear weapons still, or had retained them and somehow maintained them, we would not have been where we are right now, you see. And that's why Ukraine, at that point in 2014, when the first the takeover of the Crimean Peninsula and the Black Sea and the hostilities in the east of Ukraine led to the majority of Ukrainians wishing to become members of NATO. Before Putin whipped up this anti-Ukraine hysteria and started this aggression after the Maidan and the ouster of the actual, the fleeing of our president Yanukovych, Ukrainians did not want to join NATO. So it's Putin's belligerence and his aggression against Ukraine that led people to want to become members of NATO. It's almost as if he willed this enemy, the other that he painted the Ukrainians to be, to want that. He willed them into this threat that then he says they have become. 2 more points, very quick. It's precisely, if he said that he went to Ukraine to prevent the expansion of NATO, then he achieved the opposite result. As a result of that, Two new members joined, Sweden and Finland. The president of Finland was at that meeting, Alexander Stubb, yesterday, by the way. So that he, right? But somehow he didn't care about that. It remains that Ukraine, as a member of NATO, that is existential, threat. And finally, Donald Trump has promised Putin Ukraine will not be a member of NATO. So if that was the overarching goal, that my question remains, why hasn't Putin by now already ended the war, if that was the goal? And I'll just leave that question hanging in the air.
Yeah.
There are certain assertions that are made, okay, beginning in 2014, that the pro-Russian leader of Ukraine was deposed during a popular uprising. One. Then there is the discussion about the NATO, as you mentioned. Now, the debates around this are vigorous, and there are many. What's the truth? Was Russia actually just looking for an excuse? Or was it really a problem if Ukraine was going to join NATO? Was that really going to be a problem?
I mean, there's many things to say about that. Very quickly, the Yanukovych ouster, if you will. You said, he was ousted. There's something to be said about that as well. I mean, up until he may have felt threatened, whatever, but the fact is that he ran away. He was not literally like arrested or run away. He ran away. He packed up and left. It's also incorrect to call him a pro-Russian, even though, he's from a pro-Russian area. He was someone that the Kremlin thought it could do business with, and last minute it bought him over. Instead of signing a free trade agreement with Europe, he had a kind of a turnabout, a 180-degree turn to Russia. Apparently, was paid off by the Russians, and instead just went with the Russians, and decided to sign an agreement with Russia. Instead, that led to the Euromaidan, the hundreds of thousands of people turning up on the street, but also his decision to shoot at the crowds, to violently disperse them, is what inflamed the crowd further. They may have just died down. So there's like this, the piling up of events. You know how it is, and it leads to chaos, and then you start to disentangle and dig into the history of what happened, and all of it is just murky. So he was not necessarily pro-Russian, and so when you say that Russia feels that it's an existential threat, did it use it as an excuse? Of course, it felt the vacuum that was created after the president fled. He felt opportune moment to recapture. I say recapture Crimea because Crimea was Russian up until 1954. Khrushchev, you remember Khrushchev, right?
Yes.
The shoe banging fella at the United Nations. Who was actually from Ukraine originally.
He was Ukrainian.
Yes,
he wasn't the only one from Ukraine.
Yeah, Brezhnev was.
Brezhnev was from Ukraine.
And also Gorbachev's mother was Ukrainian.
Yes, exactly.
So, you know what? I'll tell you this. I'm now playing, and I'm on thin ice here with my folks, and I'm playing the devil's advocate. I think Russia would have achieved much greater results had it not just gone into this hard confrontation, annexing Crimea, etc. I mean, all the gas policy. Look how Europeans have been on Russia's gas hook, right? The hook of gas and oil deliveries.
Right.
It's hard to disentangle. That's what Angela Merkel, she's getting all the blame now for this Russia policy because she was so willing to buy Russia's gas at the expense of these basic security issues. And so, just providing Ukraine with, cheap to free gas, so some of the things that it's doing with Belarus now, I think Russia would have achieved greater results. It decided instead to go for the jugular. A lot of it is conjectural, right? Then you wonder, did Putin use it, in order to fill the vacuum that his, power all of a sudden felt? Like people are always in need. Politicians are always in need of some narrative to provide to the people. The economy started doing poorly. There were demonstrations of protest against Putin in 2012, Bolotnaya Square. Protests when he was reelected, in not free and not fair elections. Back then, Russians felt like, courageous enough to show up and to protest. So it's almost like, I think he, like I said, willed Ukrainians into the enemy, to deflect from all these other things. Politicians, are known to do these things. So I think that's what happened. And then this ball just kind of rolled, it snowballed into what we have now. This anti-Ukrainian hysteria reached such dramatic proportions that it was almost like Putin had no other choice but to, here's but to show the culmination of this, that was
Right.
so almost the logical extension of everything that we had seen up till then, of what was happening on Russian TV, etc. All they could ever talk about was Ukraine. And let me just say finally, when I was on a TV show yesterday, Al Arabiya, the Saudi TV channel, with this one of the Trump supporters, and he was saying that we really, first of all, he was saying we cannot support Ukraine anymore. We don't have the means, etc., and all these other things. And I just had to go.
This is now the supporter that you were having a
Yes,
conversation
yes.
with.
The Russians, they will provide you a security guarantee, all written on paper. We'll just give them this land, blah, blah, blah. And I said, folks, let's just lay things out on the table. You can make a case that Ukraine is not America's interests anymore. You can lay out this case that Russia is not the great threat, but China is, and so that's why they're doing what they're doing. They think they can decouple Russia from China by rolling this, unrolling the red carpet for Putin. I know that's where Muga is coming from. I think I said it's cockamamie. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the term. There's a good English word, cockamamie. That means crazy. And I say all you have to do is go to the Telegram channel and the X channel of Dmitry Medvedev. Remember, for a while he was this placeholder for Putin in between his presidential terms. He was a nominal president. Before that, he was prime minister. Now he's still part of the Russian hierarchy. If you read his Telegram channel, it will remind you of something that's very close to you that happened in 1994, the Rwandan genocide, and the Mille Collines, Radio Mille Collines, the 1,000 Hills radio. The Génocidaire radio that characterized one ethnic group as cockroaches. You remember all this. That's exactly his language. All you have to do is just go and read it. Get ChatGPT, translate it. He calls Ukrainians and their European allies, such as the Poles, as insects that need de-insectization. Literally, you have an insect repellent to kill these bastards. Insects.
That is what he actually says.
Non-humans. It's official on his Telegram
is it
channel.
him,
It's right
or
there. It's him.
is someone running the channel
it's him.
for him?
It's his channel. He's got millions of followers, and that's his rhetoric. It's not just coming from some crazy Russian dude smoking a cigarette in his kitchen at home. It's the former president of Russia. That's all you have to know.
The question that I wonder about, and now let me wonder it aloud. What threat does NATO pose to Russia? Forget the existential perspective. What threat really does it pose?
It beats me. My friend, you asked a question I've been asking myself. You can never underestimate, once again, the hysteria and the paranoia that's been whipped up. I can never look into Putin's soul. I'm not sure if there is one to know if he genuinely fears it or not, or if he's just using it cynically to justify his other means, or the means that he's pursuing, right? Or the ends that he's pursuing, using this as a means. So we just don't know that. It could also be a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Once you get the ball rolling, people start believing these things. NATO has said time and again that it's not a hostile, it's not an offensive, it's a defensive alliance, right? That's written in its charter, etc. And once again, let's return to the fact that why do these members like the Baltic states and Poland, why former members of the Warsaw Pact, right? The countries allied with the Soviet Union in the Cold War. Why did they join? Because they fear a resurgent, resentful, belligerent, restorationist, monarchist, or neo-imperialist, what have you, Russia. That's why they've joined. Once again, the question is, this kind of back and forth. Is it in Putin's interest? Does he want this sort of animosity to play off against? Right? That gives him, a sort of an ideology to work around, right? That's why I'm so skeptical that there will be a rapprochement between the U.S. and Russia, because first of all, Russia will not be able to decouple itself from China. It's already beholden to China, right? China has bailed Russia out. Right? Russia has really pawned its economy to keep this war rolling. China is behind this war very, very much, even though they have this plausible deniability. It's like, no, we don't. They do. They surely do. They don't send thousands of soldiers like North Koreans did, but they do. And so, but I don't think Putin wants a rapprochement with America because he will have no big bogeyman anymore, right, to play off against. Like these Europeans, they're not good enough. He needs that to justify his regime, to justify the crackdown, to justify this, the level of authoritarianism you have not seen in Russia since the fall of the Soviet Union. It's a fully totalitarian state now. At this point, and that's precisely the outcome of the war. He's tightened his grip on power as never before. Over 1 million Russians have left Russia since the war started, which means, and that was very smart of Putin, he left borders open, to let
For Russians
them out.
to leave.
And those are the critical voices, the people are not happy with his policies. So he has that fewer people left in the country to protest. So if anything, his rule now is even less questioned or less contested than ever before.
I mean, you mentioned Medvedev, right? You said he has this Telegram channel that is basically just spewing hate. But what do the legitimate, authentic Russians in Russia saying about this war?
That's a good question, and you have to understand that there's a concept of fog of war. Getting things, finding out things on the battlefield is very hard. There's propaganda, and misinformation, and both sides are trying to trick each other into inflating the other side's casualty figures and sort of hushing up its own. That's known. But when it comes to a pretty much closed society now, Putin has been trying to build something equivalent to the China Great virtual wall, right? The virtual wall of China, where you cannot access New York Times in China anymore. Russia's following that road. It's turned off essentially the YouTube recently. At the beginning of the war, they shut down Facebook and Instagram. They're coming up with their own products now. So it's hard to get to a clear picture of what Russians are thinking. But according to some recent polls, as many as 70% of Russians are tired of the war and want it ended. The question is on which conditions. Of course, they will tell you that no. If we spend all this money, blood, up to 1 million Russian men, Russian soldiers have been either dead or wounded, according to Western military intelligence estimates. Thousands of sanctions, right? All of this, for what? They will be demanding some compensation, and Russians have this territorial fetish. Look at the map, right? It's a country. Do they need more land? Apparently, they do, because that's what determines their greatness. Apparently, right? So that's kind of the conundrum, and for Putin to just walk away from Ukraine and not show his subjects what he got for it, that would also be tantamount to a political death or even a biological death. That's why he's not interested in winding down this war yet. It's a guarantee of his continued power and his continued existence.
Right. So let's just imagine this worst case scenario. Ukraine is completely invaded by Russia and is overtaken and colonized, as we'd like to imagine. If that were to happen today, what next? Does it mean that no more violence, no more issues to do with NATO, and countries that are questioning and asking questions will now quiet down?
It's a very good question. It's a very painful question. I think the answer to that question and just the sheer magnitude of that potential outcome, if Ukraine is allowed to fall and be invaded by Russia, is evidenced by the entourage of Zelensky. What we saw yesterday, right? He was accompanied by presidents and prime ministers, of France, Germany, UK, Finland, Ursula von der Leyen, that is the European head, the European Commission, and finally Mark Rutte, Secretary General of NATO. They understand the stakes. If Ukraine is allowed to fall, you're talking about millions of more refugees. Currently, 5 million refugees live outside of Ukraine, up to 5 million. There will be more spilling over Europe's border. Imagine the tensions it will create. Then all of a sudden, consider that the humongous resource in manpower, in land and economy that Russia will get. How much stronger Russia will have grown if they get Ukraine. And that means all these millions of Ukrainian men, those who who somehow are lucky enough not to be deported to the Gulag in Siberia or have to go into exile elsewhere, if they stay in Ukraine, they will be recruited into the Russian army, which will be multiplied immediately. And with that army, Putin will come up right up to the borders of Western Europe and threaten Moldova, the little country to our west, Poland, the Baltic states, etc. Europeans know that. Europeans know that this may be a death blow to the very idea of Europe should Ukraine fall in this war.
Right, and I feel like, and you've mentioned all these countries that accompanied President Zelensky yesterday. But what else are they doing to ensure that not only are they giving you, as Ukrainians, moral support, but tangible support that can be felt and seen?
I mean, that's our only hope. J.D. Vance, the vice president, and Trump himself have said time and again, and reiterated recently, that no more arms for Ukraine for free, no free lunch. That's sort of the MAGA kind of motto, right? So the formula has been found whereby Europe can continue supplying Ukraine with weapons by purchasing American weapons. That's the formula, and I think it held up yesterday. That's we kind of breathed a sigh of relief. At least Trump did not rule that out. And Zelensky announced that Ukraine would be buying in the coming months or maybe a couple of years $90 billion worth of American weapons. That was a clever play, right? Of course, that he demonstrated. He knows that the military-industrial complex, is a great contributor to both political parties, but especially to the Republican Party. Let's not forget that all these billions of dollars in weapons that America gave Ukraine, well, it first and foremost gave it to its own military industry. It paid salaries, so it's not just that Ukrainians are getting all this money. No, Americans are getting rich as a result of this. Remember World War II, the massive destruction everywhere from Japan to Europe, but which country benefited greatly and got its economy roaring as a result? The 50s. That's the decade that Trump wants to, take America back to when he says "Make America Great Again."
Have a bit of a problem.
It was America. America benefited, and America is benefiting again. So if Europe is allowed, Europe can afford it. Let's not beat around the bush. Europe is the greatest economy in the world. Is a continent. It can afford all these weapons. It's just a fraction of their budgets to keep Ukraine well supplied as a kind of fortress Ukraine that protects its own borders, European borders.
The truth is, around the time of the Second World War and immediately after, you're talking about the 1950s and so forth, if you look at the sum total of the GDP of most countries, or the country on this planet, the USA commanded 40% of that. That's not the case now. Now they're around 26%. So they are not as big as they would like to believe they are.
Yeah.
And they're not as strong as they'd like to believe they are.
That's a very good point, and that's actually the point that the MAGA crowd, Trump supporters are using. We can't afford to fight all these wars simultaneously. The Middle East thing, blows up once in a while, as we saw just so spectacularly recently. Then, of course, the fear is that China and Taiwan. America has much more solid guarantees going back historically to Taiwan than it ever had to Ukraine. We all know that. I actually visited Taiwan 2 years ago, met with the former president there, both parties, the Kuomintang, the pro-Beijing party and the Independence Party. There's a lot of fear. Folks are watching what's happening in Ukraine because that might determine the course of events in Taiwan, the greatest producer of technology and chips, right, in the world, right?
Right.
That will have a tremendous impact. So, and you know what? It does make sense. I understand that. America cannot continue carrying this burden alone. It is Europe's war more than it's America's war. Trump made that point. It's hard to argue with that. That's why I think the formula has been found, and I hope it holds. Europe has to ratchet up its own military production. It has to bring up its military expenditures to 5% of their GDP, as was agreed during the last NATO summit. And, even though we know how, one thing is to declare something, then the other thing is to follow up. It's very hard. People still can't wake up to the realization that this, rose-colored world that they've been living in is over. They need to militarize, remilitarize. They're waking up slowly, and hopefully surely. But the question is, will they wake up finally in time, to save Ukraine, to where we can...
But the larger question I would ask is, when you want to show the support of the populace in your country by having these external wars like Russia is, historically speaking, it tends to mark the beginning of the end of that particular leadership. Because how long can you carry it without it having a direct impact on your economy? So even people who don't know what's going on will then know. And the very people who may have supported you may not continue to support you. Because you can misinform the population. You may not tell them directly how many soldiers you're losing. You may not tell them how much it's actually costing you. But unfortunately, the expenditure of a war will have impact on your economy. And it will have an impact on the lives of your citizenry.
You're talking about Ukraine now?
I'm talking about Russia.
Russia. Well, I mean, of course, it's relevant for both sides.
I'm talking about Russia.
And that is actually something that's a very good point you're making. And that was my point that I made at this string of interviews I gave yesterday. That Putin is a consummate KGB man. He's very experienced. He always plays up this. He blows up his chest. He plays up a good act, right? And to cover up for his genuine image of a colossus on clay legs. There's an expression, he will not let on that something is not right. By all accounts, the Russian economy is in the doldrums. It's facing some serious headwinds, and that is why I look at Donald Trump and I think he's just throwing him a lifeline. He's throwing him a straw to pull him out of this gutter.
Yep.
Well, instead, I mean, if that is the case, and he said it, Trump has said it time and again, that Russia is not doing so well and it's losing a lot of soldiers. How much longer can it keep going like that? Then they walk away from this, and and the guys that were debating with me on the show, the Trump guy said, we have, they've shown us convincingly that they're in it, to win it, and we just don't have we don't have the power anymore. Our military industrial complex is not up to snuff. We can't do it. Like, why are you broadcasting your weaknesses? This guy, learn from this guy. He's bluffing his way into all sorts of concessions that you're making to him. And so instead, you remember when Trump was berating Zelensky as someone who has no cards, now Americans, the world's greatest power, is acting like they have no cards with Zelensky. And then Trump, after that meeting in Alaska, comments to Hannity on Fox News that we're number one and Russia is number two. What? I think China and India would have an issue with that, right? He's talking about economy.
That's ranking.
Economy the size of Holland, the Netherlands. That is pretty about the size of the Russian economy. What? I mean, that's exactly what Putin wants to hear. Russia is not the great power that it was anymore. So let's also realize America has way more cards than Trump lets on.
Peter, the USSR had cards. Russia, the moment nations broke away, that power diminished. There's no ifs and buts about it. Now, USSR was an entity and an economy as a whole.
Yeah.
And remember,
and a coherent ideology.
It was. And it extended into Europe. This is what must not be forgotten. And it was even in parts of Asia.
Mongolia?
Yes.
North Korea?
Yes. Eastern Europe that we know. You're talking Poland. You're talking parts of Germany, where Angela Merkel came from.
East Germany, right.
Remember, Hungary, all those countries, they were part of this particular arrangement.
Right.
They called it the Warsaw Pact in terms of security and so forth. But the moment there was a breakaway, that was an immediate dent on that economy. It doesn't matter what you say, immediate. And they have continued to hemorrhage. Now, my point is there's a limit to how much you can keep hoodwinking your population by giving them the impression that they're doing well, and yet they are not.
Yeah.
And actually, that brings us to your question. That's as another way to answer your question, why the war started. Putin is on a historical mission to restore Russia's greatness, and that is by restoring Russia's influence in what it calls its near abroad. Once again, that's a code for restoring the Soviet Union. Don't take me literally. It will not be called the Soviet Union, but remember, even going back to his meetings with George W. Bush, he said that, the Soviet Union the collapse of the Soviet Union was the greatest tragedy of the 21st century. He's this he met that, when that happened. He was a KGB officer, a colonel in Dresden, Eastern Germany. So to him, that was a personal blow. A blow to his career, the crashing of all that you knew, right? I mean, we've all experienced that, but someone who was embedded in the system and going up in the ranks. So he's been on this historical mission to right those wrongs. You can draw parallels with Weimar Germany and the resentful, the catalyst that propelled Hitler to power. The injustice of the war, of the peace imposed in Germany after
the First
World
World
War.
War. Yes.
So there's that parallel, and that led to World War II. So the way you look at it, the one side looks at it as like that's precisely why we need to butter up Russia, because we want to avoid this huge blow up and the nuclear war. And it's hard to just kind of argue with that, but then how do you do this? Do you do it by completely capitulating and yielding and giving up on this ally you've been supporting all this time to Russia? If you do that, that also brings us to another moment, and that in 1938, and Neville Chamberlain, who brought peace, the politics of appeasement, giving Sudetenland, part of Czechoslovakia, to Hitler. Did that appease Hitler? Did only inflame his appetite and directly led to World War II.
Let me ask you, have you been to Ukraine since the war?
Well, yeah, I've been based in the war in Ukraine since.
All right, so
I left in September on this tour, but up till then I'd been your colleague essentially, because I have a TV show in Ukrainian, and I spend several hours every week broadcasting live on the 26th floor of my building, and on a few occasions you're broadcasting literally as bombs are falling. And the building is actually shaking from the impact of a ballistic missile explosion. Imagine it's flying over your city at the speed of 4 kilometers per second.
Yeah, maybe you can paint this picture for us. How are things there? We're very fortunate here in Kenya. We've never experienced war, and I hope we never do. But maybe for our listener right now, maybe you can paint for us a picture of how things are on the ground.
Yes, it's a very good question. Even now, I have been away from Ukraine for almost a year, and it looks almost like surreal that people still carve out their space, their private space. They have their, portion of entertainment, and they have their clubs, they have their restaurants to go to, they have their kids to send to, school, preschool, and on a school outing somewhere outside their given city, whatever. People always, update their sense of normal. So now we're living in this new normal where you go about your business and then you hide for 10 hours in the subway of Kiev, city of 4 million people, because 700 drones have just been launched. And Russia has ratcheted up production of its drones so tremendously. There are now up to 700 drones being launched at Kiev alone. Just a month ago, that was happening. Then completely sleep deprived, tired, groggy. You have to get up, go home, wash off all this grime from the subway station, and go to work. So you have to. It's not just a very real possibility that you may be killed in a drone attack or a ballistic attack sitting in your apartment, right? If you don't reach the bomb shelter in time. But it's also sleep deprivation, psychological, psychiatric problems multiplied by millions and millions and millions. We're in the 4th year of this war, right? So it's a tremendous burden, and looking ahead towards some sort of peace or ceasefire, whatever, is also the question of rebuilding of Ukraine. All these, like I said, the psychological problems. How do you make people healthy again? How many Ukrainians will return? Who will be rebuilding Ukraine with which money? It brings me to this, expression you may have heard, that you can win the war but lose the peace. The peace may turn out to be another challenge of a great magnitude once and if, I hope, this war is over.
Yeah. President Zelensky, how is he in the eyes of the people? Where is he being rated right now? Because I'm sure he has his own political battles also to just fight while still in power. But from a citizen's perspective, how is he faring?
It's a very good question too. Ukraine is it remains kind of a fractious democracy, a turbulent democracy with issues, with a degree of corruption and all of that. Like I said, I did not vote for Zelensky. Zelensky's popularity has, I wouldn't say plummeted, but it has gone down.
Okay.
He still remains more popular than most others. There's the General Zaluzhny, our former leading general, who was essentially demoted a couple of years ago, and he is now serving as Ukraine's ambassador to UK. He is actually, if there were an election, there are indications that he would win the election outright. But other than that, Zelensky remains the predominant figure, an incredibly post-modernist, surreal political figure, the likes of which we have never had. This is like hyperbole. Trump is hyperbole. Like, I've been persecuted worse than anyone. But true enough. Even Trump's story, he played a successful, businessman on the Apprentice show on ABC, right? And he never was, but he kind of became. Zelensky, he played this president in a comedy sitcom.
And ended up being president.
He came up through the ranks. He was like a village professor, teacher, who became president. And then he becomes president. And all of a sudden, not just president, but president of a country at war with the world's greatest nuclear power. And he became the darling of the world for a while. Look at how he's now. He handled himself, I have to give it to him, quite ably at that meeting in Washington compared to the meeting before. That was kind of remember what the nothing but a shit show. I call it. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's an amazing story. Whatever I think about Zelensky, he's got issues. There's a lot of people unhappy with him. He's been in power too long. Yes, he's now kind of in this term, in his unelected term, but kind of also stuck in this place where the Constitution does not allow us to hold the elections during time of war. He's been accused of kind of resembling Russia with his authoritarian ways. That's a hyperbole. But you know how it's been said, when you fight the dragon, you may turn into one, right? So, of course, there will be these excesses, etc. But once again, we have what we have. He's an incredible character. I had a chance to interview him at the World Economic Forum in Davos in 2018, I believe. He was just rushing from meeting to meeting, and his bodyguards were like elbowing me out of the way. And then I was screaming out my question. He turned, and literally, it's the shortest interview in my career. 15 seconds. I was like, President, what are your goals in Davos? And he turned around, he said a few words. That was my shortest interview, but it was an interview nonetheless.
Yeah.
So an amazing story. I think it's a story for generations to come. It's a story for and that's in my travels in Africa. I've met with a lot of sympathy for Zelensky. Even with very competing narratives here, there's a lot of sympathy for the Russian position as well. We know that. But especially after that meeting in the Oval Office, Africans and maybe Asians, they still have these traditional ways that you don't treat a guest like that. Maybe the North Americans have lost those ways, but that scored a lot of sympathy points for Ukraine and for Zelensky, the way that Zelensky was treated.
Yeah, I mean, that was for me. Even I watched that interview, and I was like, the meeting rather between President Trump and Zelensky, and Zelensky was literally by himself, and he was being attacked by all these people over a T-shirt.
People with English as their native language, and Zelensky trying to express his.
And he speaks very good English, by the way.
He's actually learned. Like yesterday, I was quite impressed.
Yeah, when someone tells you speak good English, it's not a compliment.
It's like, you remember Trump was complimenting one of the African. Was it which African leader was it?
President Ramaphosa.
No. Recently, like a few weeks ago, when he had a group of African leaders, and one of them was talking. It's like, oh wow, you speak English so well. I mean, it's almost like you see a zoo animal. It's like, oh, you learn. We taught this animal some tricks here. He kind of resembles a human being, right? I'm sorry, it's a backhanded way of like demeaning a person.
But
right?
by the
that
time,
person probably got like Oxford education. It was well more education than Trump himself.
By the time you have a room full of people behaving the way they did, it speaks in very, very many ways of the insecurity that Trump administration has. Why do you need to bully someone who is your guest and someone who is in a helpless situation? Or should we say fractured? Why do you need to? Why do you need to talk to them in that way? And they've come to you for help.
Yeah.
This is a rhetorical question. I'm sure it is. I mean, I think it's a lot of it is just. I mean, he's made for a first term in office. I would have said a made for TV person, right? President. It's all for show, right? It's like the Oval Office has been turned into this kind of battlefield, right? A reality TV. But now he's a made for TikTok president, right? It's a shorter format. It's more
but that that's being polite. That's being polite. if you want to find a demonstration of someone who's gotten a job that is beyond his capacity, it's Trump. Completely beyond him.
We say he's in over his head.
Yes.
That is a good way of putting it. Look at a war situation and the leadership. Why was Chamberlain removed when there was a war going on outside their neighbor? Why did Winston Churchill end up a man who, if you look at his history prior to that, wasn't that glorious, really, even as a politician, but performed beautifully during the war. And immediately after the war, he lost again.
And by the way, was someone who actually showed up to the White House meeting with Roosevelt wearing not a suit but something else.
Exactly.
That's something to be noted here.
Exactly.
Right.
So Zelensky, whatever else people say about him, he has held his own pretty well. I mean,
Yeah.
who is to say that any of the world leaders that we have would make a good leader during the time of war?
I wouldn't wish it upon anyone, this sort of thing.
This is the last question. We have about a minute before we exit. Do you think things would have taken a different turn had Ukraine had a different president, or if Ukraine were to get a different president today?
This is another, like, you're hitting. It's like it's a sore point, you know. A lot of the detractors of Zelensky, and including people supporters of the previous president Poroshenko, say that if Poroshenko had been president, this would have been a red signal to Putin. He would not have invaded. You know, coming in as he is from this comedy business, you know, he was seen by Putin as a lightweight. And Putin expected him as a Russian speaker from the Russian-speaking part to just make a very, you know, quick peace with on Putin's terms. And when that didn't happen, Putin was outraged, of course, you know. So there's a lot of these, like, woulda, shoulda, coulda, you don't know. You know, there's we can go back in history, but there's that argument to be made, and it's being made. It has been made in Ukraine that it would have happened differently, but we don't know. We do know that in the first year, well, at least, Zelensky did handle himself ably. He was able to mobilize the world's support behind Ukraine. You know, I don't even know you could have done that better. Right. But to answer the other question is simply impossible. What would have happened, we would never know.
Thank you very much, Peter Zalmayev. We honestly do wish you all the best in your travels. From Kenya, which other country are you visiting?
Well, by way of a little breather in the Seychelles Islands, and then down to Madagascar,
all right.
Mauritius, Reunion Island, and then Europe for a breather once again, and then I think I will go back to Africa, continue with Ethiopia, and I had this crazy idea to go to Libya through Sudan and Chad. Name may not be, I've been talked out of this. There's people say that don't do it, because I have this idea to just keep going and north and then west and do the whole round trip around the entire
You want to go through
continent.
a war zone, do you?
And a cholera now, a huge cholera outbreak in Sudan.
Yeah. But thank you so much for coming to the studio, and thank you very much for, you know, just enlightening us on matters Ukraine and Russia. We'll be hosting your ambassador actually in a couple of minutes.
Yes.
And we'll have more of these conversations. But we're taking a short break. Here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A parliamentary committee has endorsed a proposal by the Independent Policing and Oversight Authority to amend the law so that it gains budgetary autonomy and allows its officers to carry firearms, as the authority prepares to recruit more than 300 investigators. In its report tabled on August 5th, the National Assembly Committee on Administration and Internal Security Committee said the changes will strengthen IPOA's ability to carry out its mandate of holding police officers accountable and ensuring discipline within the service. During the current financial year, IPOA requested 2.2 billion Kenya shillings to run its operations, but Treasury allocated 1.3 billion Kenya shillings, which represent 59% of the request. Ukrainian-American political analyst and TV host Peter Zalmayev has cautioned that recent talks in Washington on ending the war in Ukraine will put Kyiv at risk if leaders move too quickly toward a peace agreement. Speaking to Radio Generation on Tuesday, he said the decisions expose the dangers of overlooking the Kremlin's intentions and bypassing a ceasefire.
Coming back to the issue of the ceasefire versus the peace agreement, Vladimir Putin has just gotten a carte blanche to continue bombing Ukraine while they hashing out this peace agreement. A ceasefire would have put an end to that, or at least put this war on hold, and that's why the German chancellor in the room kind of broke with the protocol. And the protocol now is you come to the Oval Office and you just flatter Trump to death. That's what Mark Rutte has been doing, the Secretary General NATO, whom I've actually on a few occasions. That's what Macron is doing. What Merz said, why can't we have a ceasefire? Why do bombs and drones have to continue falling while we're talking, right? It makes no sense. So Putin, when he talks about peace, the peace agreement, there's all this conditionality attached to it, which essentially means a loss of Ukraine's sovereignty. If we are to follow his wishes, that means a downsizing of the Ukrainian army to about 70,000.
I&M Group has channeled 1.9 billion Kenya shillings into its operations in Tanzania and Uganda as part of efforts to strengthen their earnings and expand market share. The decision comes after the regional lender recorded a 38% growth in net profit to 7.7 billion Kenya shillings for the 6 months ending June 30th, up to 5.6 billion Kenya shillings in the same period last year, largely supported by its Kenyan unit. The subsidiaries in Uganda and Tanzania saw their share of the group's overall net profit reduced to 24% compared to 26% last year. Here is the I&M Group CEO Kihara Maina.
Really commendable in just the space of 1 year. Our NPS is holding up even despite that growth, and digitally active customers have actually ticked up to 86%. These customers that we are acquiring are also bringing in significant revenue and are now contributing 24% of our revenue.
The Senate has scheduled a special sitting on Wednesday, August 20th, to deliberate on the impeachment of Kericho Governor Eric Kipkoech Mutai. In a notice issued on August 18th, Senate Speaker Amason Kingi confirmed that the sitting will take place at the Senate chamber in Nairobi from 2:30 p.m. Governor Mutai was impeached by 33 members of Kericho County Assembly in a unanimous vote held on August 15th. The motion cited abuse of office, misappropriation of public and donor funds, among others. The impeachment motion was tabled by Sigowet Ward MCA Kiprotich Rogoni. The governor has strongly denied the allegations. President Volodymyr Zelensky met U.S. President Donald Trump at the White House on Monday in renewed efforts to find a path towards ending the war in Ukraine. The talks drew several European leaders just after Trump's summit with Russia President Vladimir Putin in Alaska failed to deliver a ceasefire. Despite Trump's upbeat tone and cautious engagement from European leaders, the discussion closed without concrete agreement on security guarantees or clear step towards a peace deal. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high, all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Oh yes, indeed. We're the home of hard truths and bold insights. My name is Mung'ala Mbuvi. The time right now is about 8 minutes past 8 o'clock. In studio is myself and City Muga. And we are privileged this morning to host His Excellency Andriy Pravednik. He is the Ukrainian ambassador to Kenya. Your Excellency, welcome to Radio Generation. We're glad that you're here with us this morning.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Thank you for inviting me. It's my pleasure to be here today, and I hope that we'll have a very good discussion.
Yes, of course. A lot to talk about, of course. Up until recently, when the war broke out in Ukraine, a lot of Kenyans didn't know the impact of just the relationships between Africa and Ukraine, and specifically between Kenya and Ukraine. For the first time, I knew that we have an agricultural relationship. We get a lot of agricultural products from Ukraine. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about that.
Yes, definitely. We have diplomatic relations with Kenya from 1993. We opened embassy here back to 2004. Means that, we have our embassy here in your beautiful country for more than 20 years. Definitely we have a good relations in different spheres. but agriculture one of the main of them. And before the start of full-scale Russian invasion on the 24th February 2022, we exported a lot of wheat and a lot of maize to Kenya. With the start of the war and the problem with delivering Ukrainian agricultural products elsewhere, not only to Kenya, it was a pause in our export to Kenya. But then with creating a new logistical routes from Ukraine to outside world, we managed to regain our export volumes. And in 2023, we exported again some grain to Kenya on the commercial basis.
Right.
But also in March 2023, we delivered 25,000 tons of wheat to Kenya as part of the Grain from Ukraine program initiated by the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky.
Yeah, and right now, of course, we know a lot of disturbances and disruptions have occurred, and some of them you've rightly mentioned. And I like the term you've used. You've gone back to, you've restored the volumes that you're currently exporting. Is that true to date in terms of, in 2025? Have the volumes gone back to, the volumes pre the war?
Unfortunately, I have to say very honestly, no, not yet, because we are gradually coming back to the volumes we had before 2022. Let me give you an example that in 2021, the trade turnover between Ukraine and Kenya amounted to $221 million, which was a record high during all the years we had diplomatic relations with Kenya. Now it's only 100 for 2024. The figures for 2025 will be available only at the beginning of 2026. That's normal for every country in the world. It takes time to count all the transactions, especially the transaction, let's say, in November and December, and not to meet them.
Right.
That's why usually this information is available publicly at the end of February, beginning of March.
Okay.
But for 2024, we reached the volume of bilateral trade to amount of $145 million, which still $70 million less than before the invasion.
Right.
But okay, every year starting from 23 and 24, we actually add up a little bit, and we hope that 2026, the 2027 as the latest, we'll be able to come back to the levels we used to have before the Russian invasion.
Okay. What else? Which other areas, rather, do we collaborate on?
Definitely, we had a very, very good collaboration in the sphere of education. Hundreds of Kenyan students studied in Ukraine. Unfortunately, with the start of full-scale Russian invasion, all students had to leave. And unfortunately, many of them went to different universities elsewhere. But some of them returned to Ukraine, especially to areas which are more or less relatively safe, and they continue their studies in Ukraine. And we hope then when the security situation would allow, many Kenyan students would come back, as well as many new potential students will apply to Ukrainian universities.
Right.
Now we are in the process of negotiating a bilateral agreement in the sphere of education. And Ukraine, despite all the challenges my country faces, we actually willing to provide a limited number of full scholarships to Kenyan students, especially to those who would otherwise not be able to study.
Okay.
The number of these scholarships will not be high, but at least it's a good start, and we hope that it will be initially 15 scholarships, which again, one might say, oh, it's only 15, but okay, let's start from something.
Yeah, 15 is quite a number. What areas of study do they come and study in terms of is it like engineering, is it agriculture, is it education, is it the arts? What are they coming to study in Ukraine?
Most popular subject were medicine. Okay, medicine is different. Okay, then electric engineering, then IT, and the fourth one was education.
Okay, education. Good stuff. I actually have I know of one person who studied in Ukraine, we cleared high school with, but that was a long time ago. He came back to Kenya. This is way before the war in Ukraine. And in terms of the impact of the war in Ukraine and what it is now doing to the bilateral organization between Ukraine and Kenya, just how much of that has been impacted? We've mentioned a bit of education. We've mentioned, of course, the bit about agriculture. Are we in any way, as Kenya, the country, are we in any way assisting with what is going on in Ukraine?
Yes, thank you very much for such a good question, because it's important to underline that Ukraine is really grateful to Kenya as a country, to Kenya political leadership. And what most importantly for me is to ordinary Kenyan people for your support of Ukraine during these challenging times. At the level of the government, Kenyan government supported and continue to support Ukraine's initiatives in the international forums,
right?
Especially within the UN. In most cases, Kenya voted in favor of Ukrainian initiatives and or Ukrainian resolutions, for which we're really and deeply grateful. Then Kenya was among a few African countries which took place last year in the Formula Peace Summit in Switzerland. And even more, President Ruto chaired the panel on food security together with the leaderships of World Food Program. And that showed us again and again your strong support and understanding of Kenya and Kenyan people of the importance of supporting Ukraine. On the side of the people, I also have to mention, I always mention that that when the war started, we created a special account for donations. And I can tell you that we had tens of thousands donations. And for us, it was not important, and still not important at all, whether it's donation of 20 shillings or 10,000 shillings. And I know that many ordinary Kenyans who are actually fighting for their livelihood actually donated whatever they could for the good cause of supporting Ukraine.
Oh, really?
And yes, definitely. And we actually send this money. We have the program called United 24. And that program provides not military part of actual assistance, but is providing assistance to those who actually lost their homes or to those who need a medical attention. And actually we as an embassy send this money to that account called United 24 in Ukraine with all this donation from mostly ordinary Kenyans, for which we're really grateful to all of them.
Wow. I didn't know that, City.
You know, being at war doesn't mean you stop functioning as a nation.
Yeah.
And even amidst the war, there's always the battle for normalcy. How do you continue functioning as best as you can and be as normal? Because the citizenry need it, you also need it, because the relations you had with other nations don't stop simply because you're at war with another nation. If anything, it is the best time when you actually get to understand who your friends are in this whole debacle.
And he said that, the Kenyans who donated money towards the struggle that Ukraine is currently facing. And that's now the part I'm saying that I didn't know of. I know Kenyans are very supportive. I just didn't know we are supporting across the borders in that kind of way. Yeah. There's a question about, the ongoing Russian aggression and how Ukraine probably is. We have seen your president, that is President Zelensky, going all over the world, and he's been doing also pressers, trying to reach out to world leaders and letting the world know what Ukraine is going through right now. So in terms of protecting your sovereignty as a country, what are the efforts that we're currently seeing, or we should know of at the very least?
Definitely, okay. We all witnessed the yesterday meeting in White House and visited my president to the United States, as well as some other European leaders who came to assist him, to support him in his endeavors. And definitely the idea is to try to find a solution. Definitely when I'm saying solution, I mean long-lasting and just peace. But we all understand that it will require a lot of efforts from everyone, not only from Ukraine, but also from our American partners, from our European partners, because we all know who is Putin. And definitely, quite recently, there were a lot of different publications and different social media talking about the Russian diplomacy. And the Russian diplomacy is unique in a sense that they're always asking for something unrealistic. They fight for that, and at the end of the day, they got even more they had been expecting to get. And it used to be a very famous Soviet, okay, they're Putin, okay, them as the same, but okay, I've heard you talk that with Peter, and I also support Peter that Soviet Union and Russia is two different stories.
Right.
Although Russia pretend to be the continuator of Soviet Union, but it could not be. But coming back to issue of foreign minister, there was a foreign minister called Andrei Gromyko, and he was always saying that if you at the end of the day you get half or even two sets of what you never expected to get, you're a real diplomat. That shows the Russian diplomacy attitude towards negotiations. I mean, we know that, and we understand that this negotiations, this way to peace, will be a really real challenge.
Yes.
But we are prepared to go through that path, and we hope that all our partners all around the world will help us to reach a just and long-lasting peace. And what is important to mention that my president, even now being in Washington, D.C. during the press conference to Ukrainian media, said that any deal which could provide for secession of our territory is not the deal, and we'll never agree to that.
And that's the thing, because when President Putin, ordered his troops to invade Ukraine, what was the end goal? Was it to colonize and completely gobble up Ukraine, or was it to teach you a lesson as a country because of the coziness that Ukraine had towards NATO, or NATO towards Ukraine? What was the end goal at the beginning of the war for Putin, in your opinion?
In my opinion, the end goal for Putin is to completely destroy Ukraine as a sovereign state and make Ukraine part of Russia. But it's not possible. And actually, all that hopes of Putin that he could do that, they're, how to say this better, they're false expectations, so to say. He will never be able to conquer Ukraine, because we in Ukraine decided for ourselves in 1991 that we would like to be an independent nation. We'd like to have a sovereign state. We would like to build our country on our own as we wanted, not if everyone would tell us that, guys, okay, like with NATO over the EU issue, because initially Russia was strongly against even our EU negotiations and joining to the EU. Now, okay, they are saying that, okay, with the EU, okay, you can continue, okay, negotiating with the EU about joining, but NATO is out of discussion. And then, again, the simple question is, why? Okay, one sovereign nation tells other sovereign nation what to do. And when we hear about the existential threat to Russia by the NATO expansion, I think that's something which even not worth to discuss. And the reason for that is that, look, first point, Russia itself in the mid 90s and to the beginning of 2000s cooperated with NATO, and they have a special program of cooperation and agreement. Secondly, Ukraine is an independent state, and we actually have a right to decide on our own what unions to join.
True.
That's why, all that Russian narratives about the existential threat of NATO is just justification, so to say, in bracket justification of the wrongdoing by invading Ukraine.
Right.
There is always the question when one talks about the issues of NATO and Russia's response to NATO. What could possibly happen if and when Ukraine joined NATO? What harm would actually come to Russia?
Honestly, if to answer in a couple of words, no harm at all. Because the NATO, the idea of creating a NATO is not to actually attack any other country in the world. The idea of NATO is to have a group of states to be able to protect themselves in case of an attack on them. And that's its NATO doctrine.
It's defensive.
Yes, it's
It's not
definitely
offensive,
defensive. NATO never wanted to attack any single country in the world. And actually, NATO had been created as a response to Soviet Union aggressive moves around the countries, because I'm sure you know that, but if let me remind you just very quickly that at the 1945, at the end of the World War II, Soviet Union occupied a number of Eastern European countries, namely Poland. At that time that was one country, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, and part of Germany, which was under the Soviet military control.
Okay.
And they called it part of Germany GDR, German Democratic Republic. And all these countries created a Warsaw Bloc, which actually was aggressive in its nature, in its essence. And that, as a reply, so to say, to that, other European countries and the United States and Canada created NATO. And the only aim of NATO is to defend themselves in case on the attack on them. And that's it. And if Russians would find another provision in the NATO doctrine saying something opposite, okay, I will be actually, so to say, that astonished or surprised.
There's a lot that has been said about, say, the Russian position as presented by the information that they give out. There are those who call it propaganda.
Oh yes, Russians are very well known for their propaganda and false narratives, and they're doing it everywhere. And actually, we are in Africa. We're in Kenya. And I have to mention that Russia, okay, getting more and more proactive on African continent with the dissemination of its false narratives and Russian propaganda. And we are working together with partner countries to try to oppose them. And we actually, that is why we are trying to be very proactive in the mass media, radio, TV stations, because there are so many wrong things Russia trying to do and is already doing. Let me give you an example. In the past year, Russia started a program, they call it a Labuka project, when they come to African countries, and by the way, unfortunately, it took place also here in Kenya, that they put an advertisement for young, especially for young Kenyans,
Right.
who are desperately looking for a job, that, okay, guys, if you come to Russia, you will get $2,000 per month as your salary, and then you'll be able to get an education, and you'll be happy, and you'll be able, to send money to your family, and so on and so forth. But then and especially they do that with the young generation of ladies. Ladies.
Or ladies.
Yes.
Okay.
Because most of those they are looking for to work in that part of the Lagoba project is young ladies. And they promise them a huge salaries, as I mentioned before. And these ladies, all of them, ends up working for a military factory in Elabuga. And that military factory produces drones. Well-known watch Shahed, which is actually Iranian drone, but actually Russia got a license to produce them.
Okay.
And they produce these Shaheds. And that means that all these young African ladies and gentlemen, they actually put themselves into a real danger, because according to all international conventions, military factories are legal.
Targets.
Yes. Justify legal targets. And that means that if at some point we decide to attack that factory, all these young Africans will be in real danger.
Okay.
And that's something we actually trying to explain to many people all over Africa, and here in Kenya in particular, that guys, look, don't trust Russian propaganda. Don't go to Russia, because you will end up working for a military factory. Even more, many of them who actually managed to escape and gave interviews, not in Kenya, it was one occasion of a young lady, but in other countries more, they actually describe their time there as hell, because they actually faced racism from local Russians. They never been paid in full as promised according to the so-called contracts. Yes, and they decided not to come back to Russia again.
Yeah. This I don't know how true this is. I had, let me call it rumor. I had this rumor that some Africans have been drafted into the Russian army. Is that true?
Yes. Again,
maybe through this kind of information.
Okay. Again, yeah. You actually touched upon a very interesting thing. In Ukraine, we also have the International Legion, but people go there on their own will.
They volunteer.
They volunteer. What is happening in Russia? That's young men go, to Russia to work in the factories, but then they are being forced to sign a contract with the Russian army, and they're being forced to go to the front lines. And unfortunately, they've been usually used as
human shields.
Yes, as a human shield. Yeah, and actually they go to fight first
in the forefront.
Yes, correct.
They are
vanguard.
Advance.
Yes, advanced forces. Yes.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Russians call all these guys, like artillery meat. They have that expression. Means all these who goes in advance, the 90+% of them
will die.
Will die.
Okay.
And Russians know that. And that is something which is definitely could and should not be justified, because that's what they're doing. It's definitely part of war crimes, because making people to join the army without their own will or beyond their will, it's also should considered to be as a war crime.
You said that there are individuals in Ukraine who volunteered from other countries. So to be, just for clarity's sake, do we have any Africans who volunteered to be at the forefront in Ukraine to defend Ukraine?
Yes, there are not big amount, but there are people from different African countries.
Okay.
I have no idea what countries they represent, but I definitely know that there are some African volunteers fighting for Ukraine. And I've seen a video on YouTube. I don't remember, that was the guy, I think, from Nigeria. But actually, he has a wife in Ukraine, and he told very clearly that I joined Ukrainian army, as my willingness to defend my wife and my
Yes.
future kids.
Okay.
And I'm fighting for Ukraine because Ukraine now is my home.
My home.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
That's how it works.
So how then can we as media play? What role do you think we can play in terms of just getting rid of this malinformation, disinformation, fake news, and whatever that is being spread around?
I think one of the most efficient ways is to invite Ukrainian ambassadors, invite ambassadors of other countries, invite Ukrainian bloggers, journalists, and we will tell you the truth. The other very, very actually effective way of doing so is, and we do that from time to time, at least once a year, we actually organize trips of African journalists to Ukraine. For them to see on their own eyes, and then to avoid and possible, counterattacks of Russians saying, "Oh, look, Ukrainian ambassador will always be defending Ukraine. Ukrainian journalists will always be defending Ukraine." But when African journalists go there, look at or see it in their own eyes, what's going on, what they did to Bucha, what they do now, how they destroy apartment blocks in many Ukrainian cities every night. Then these guys, write the truth in their own, mass media or FM stations or TV stations, and then Russians don't have any arguments to say that these guys are part of Ukrainian propaganda, because local journalists, and the good thing is that sometimes they even write something which I probably personally don't like to listen or to read, but for the sake of the truth,
yes,
I would rather support that they write their own opinion, and if something in their own opinion I don't like, I'm fine with that, because again, at the end of the day, if we are talking about the truth, then we should be ready and able to accept something which we don't like, and which should be approved.
In terms of the process or the path towards peace, towards stability, towards just maintaining your sovereignty, and in recent in view of what we've seen recently, your president meeting the US president, hopefully meeting President Putin as well, where do you think you are if you were to give it a scale? 0 being you're nowhere, 5 being the end goal. Where do you think the situation is at?
I think we are just probably a little bit over 1.
Really?
1.1, 1.2. Yes. That's my personal opinion. Because I think the good thing with all that discussions in White House yesterday is that now at least we have a better understanding how we could proceed. And you rightly pointed out that there is a plan of having a bilateral meeting between my president and President Putin. And President Putin, as President Trump told my president and all European dignitaries attending the meeting, that Putin agreed to have a bilateral meeting with Zelensky. We realize that meeting will be a real challenge, but at least it's better to have a challenging meeting than not to have it at all. We hope that meeting will result in some at least better understanding of our position and Russian positions. Then we hope that the trilateral meeting between President Zelensky, President Trump and President Putin will take place, and hopefully they were able to work out the real path to just and lasting peace.
Right.
But what is important, again, I mentioned that before and I would like to reiterate it one more time, that if Russia would continue to insist that parts of Ukrainian territories should now be parts of Russia, that is not under discussion at all.
Yeah.
Let me give you an example of Russian, how to say that even, I'm looking for a word. Put it.
What are you looking for? What do you want to say so that I can give you the word?
Yes, okay. Russian use an argument that, look, guys, we cannot now, go out of Ukrainian regions because according to Russian constitution, these regions are part of Russia. But they intentionally not mention different stuff that according to my constitution, to the constitution of my country, to Ukrainian constitution, these regions were and are an integral part of Ukraine. First thing. Second thing, we used to have a peace treaty with Russia.
Yeah.
Peace and cooperation treaty concluded at the end of the 90s. And according to that treaty, Russia actually agreed to recognize Ukraine in its existing borders for the 1st December of 1991. Means that all this region Russia are trying to tell outside world a part of Russia according to Russian constitution are the integral parts and sovereign territories of Ukraine. And that's why that's what I meant, that's the argument Russians use is unjustifiable, absurd. Yes, definitely. That was the word I was looking for. It's absurd. How you can claim that you cannot, go from Ukrainian regions based on the Russian constitution if you all know that these amendments to this Russian constitution have been voted like a year ago or so. And these regions were always, historically even, part of Ukraine for centuries.
Remember, when people talk of Russia, people often refer to it synonymously with the USSR.
Yes.
See, USSR encompassed Russia, encompassed Ukraine, and all these other countries that later became independent. Now, we know that certain things happened over time. There were leaders who headed that Russian Federation, as we call the USSR, who were actually Ukrainian. Okay? As we heard in the last hour, two were Ukrainian.
Yes.
The mother was Ukrainian. So there is a relationship. In the eastern part of Ukraine, there's a huge Russian population. That we understand. But then, my question, if peace were to be attained, Your Excellency, in your opinion, what do you think it would look like? Something that could be referred to as peace. What would it look like?
Peace? I think that the peace would look like the life in Ukraine we had before 2014, when everyone lived in peace. And actually, all that Russian propaganda about the discrimination of Russian-speaking people, Russian language, Russian culture, it's absurd again.
Why is it absurd?
Because look, during all times of Ukrainian independence, we were living in peace with Russian-speaking Ukrainians or Russians speaking Russian and living in Ukraine. We always had Russian TV stations, Russian-speaking FM radios, Russian-speaking printed medias. We always had Russian schools. When I'm saying Russian schools, I mean where
You're taught in the language.
Yes, taught in Russian.
Yes.
All the subject. What kind of discrimination we are talking about? Look, guys, we always live in peace, and even more, many Ukrainians for different reasons were predominantly Russian-speaking. Because let's say been living in the areas predominantly Russian-speaking, and they've switched to Russian. But the good thing with Ukrainians that all of us, even those who are saying that we are Russian-speaking, they know Ukrainian language. And I personally know a lot of people, and I know that hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians who were predominantly Russian-speaking before the invasion switched to Ukrainian almost immediately. Because they told themselves, in a way, that how I can talk the language of the aggressor state, how I can talk the language of the country which came to my country and which is killing us every single day.
Right.
And many Ukrainians told themselves, and some of my friends too, that no Russian at all, and they can only use Ukrainian language. But for the sake of truth, even now, despite all that, okay, bad things Russia doing to Ukraine, there are a number of Ukrainians who continue to be Russian speaking for whatever reason. And they live in peace, and no one actually trying to arrest them, trying to put them in jail for speaking Russian. That's all absurd, and that's all Russian propaganda. And coming back to the point about Donbass, which they exploit a lot, that is mostly predominantly Russian people or Russian-speaking population living in. We actually, my country, we went through a horrible event in our history called Holodomor, which death by famine in 1932-1933. And I'm saying between because no one can tell exactly how many Ukrainians perished. Between 5 and 8 million Ukrainians died from famine within 8 months. Because Soviet regime expropriated everything, not just grain, but everything from people, from their homes, and people dying of starvation. And what happened next? All this region in Donbass region.
Yeah.
Donbass region was mostly Ukrainian-speaking region before Holodomor. And I'm not saying it out of the blue. And Russians know that according to census of 1928 means 4 years before Holodomor.
Right.
The composition of population in Donbass was 68% were Ukrainians.
Okay.
5% Greeks, other people, and Russians constitute only 11%. But then what happened that after Holodomor, whole villages, whole counties were empty of people.
Where did they go?
They died of starvation.
They died of starvation.
That was Holodomor. They died from starvation. As I just mentioned before, between 5 to 8 million Ukrainians died. And east of Ukraine suffered the most. Donbass suffered the most of Holodomor, inflicted by Soviet regime, by communists. And then what they did is that they brought people from Russian regions in Russia and settled them down in Donbass. And that is how gradually Donbass became a Russian-speaking region. It was artificial. And never before Holodomor, Donbass was a Russian-speaking area. And that's also, Russians know that. Russians know, okay, history, Russians, okay, do have the results of census of 1928, but they still continue to say that Donbass has always been Russian-speaking area. No, that's not true.
Yeah.
That became, evolved to be Russian-speaking after Holodomor.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, please.
Now, again, I'll go back to the efforts that President Zelensky is putting in to ensure that Ukraine goes back to pre-war, and you said actually back to like 2014 when everyone and everything was just in a good place. So, and you said we are probably at 1.1 out of a scale of 5 to achieving that. So, as of today, then what can the rest of the world do to help Ukraine probably achieve that? Because we know that this won't happen just by yourselves. We can see America is trying really hard to come in and save that situation, or at least involve themselves in that situation. European leaders, as you said yesterday, a lot of them accompanied President Zelensky. But what can the rest of the world do? Africa feels so far away from Ukraine. We almost feel like we have absolutely no impact in the politics of Ukraine. But is there something that the rest of the world can do?
Definitely, I think that the least the rest of the world could do is to support Ukraine in the different international organizations, and most importantly within the United Nations. And Kenya always been supportive, and we're really grateful for that. But there are a number of countries, especially in the Global South, not only in Africa, Global South, which are not, for different reasons, willing to be involved. And the arguments they use usually is that, okay, we keep neutrality. which is their sovereign right. But look at the different markets, and especially food markets, world food markets, agricultural markets. Prices went up. Why? The reason is the Russian invasion to Ukraine, because around 28% of arable land is now either occupied by Russia, or it's in the front lines where you cannot do farming because it's really dangerous. And one more important thing, that this year Russians for the first time started to use drones against farmers. Let's say, you are a farmer, you're working in a field 40 kilometers from front lines, which should be comparatively safe. But they send their drones targeting farmers who are trying to collect the crop. And now we also have to spend a lot of efforts to protect farmers from being targeted. And targeting farmers, targeting civilians, it's a war crime and crimes against humanity. And that's why we think that, all those responsible should be brought to justice and should be accountable for that wrongdoing. Coming back to the point, farmers under threat, but still they're working and they're trying to get a crop, and we will do that. But unfortunately, our crop will never be as big as, let's say, back to 21 or 2020, the pre-invasion time. And that means that if we can only offer to the world markets, as an example, the amount of X, and we used to offer amount of Y, means the difference will actually appear in the prices. And we all see that commodity prices, especially for agricultural commodities, went up substantially. Fertilizer prices, because Ukraine also one of the most important producers of fertilizers, but now our production is actually not as good as used to be, because some fertilizer factories had been destroyed by Russian attacks, and means that our production fallen down, and we cannot supply as much fertilizers as we did before. Again, the end result of that is fertilizers cost more to African farmers, to Kenyan farmers, and I think that's a very very good example of the fact that Russian aggression in Ukraine
has a huge impact.
Have huge negative impact on all the countries in the world, including African countries, including Kenya, because you can easily Google and you will see that the wheat price or barley price or fertilizer price in 2021 one amount of money, now it's completely different, and it's probably even sometimes two times more expensive, which makes the life of Kenyan farmers more difficult, because if you cannot allow to buy fertilizers, your crop will not be as good as it could be, or even if you could buy fertilizers, and then the end price of your product will also rise because you paid a higher price for fertilizer. That's why I think there's a very good example or another example of impact, especially on Kenya. Before the start of Russian invasion in 2021, in April 2021, Ukrainian travel companies starting bringing tourists in huge numbers to Kenya coast and to safaris.
Yes.
And they actually flew on one weekly flight. But then there were plans to open 2 weekly flights starting from 1st of March. And Russian invasion
stopped that. And
Ukrainian tourists stopped to come to Kenya. Now I know that now some Ukrainian companies working together with Kenyan companies starting to bring Ukrainian tourists through Poland, but the number is still very, very low. It's not comparable with number of tourists Kenya received from Ukraine in 2021, and prospects were there. And that actually negatively impacted your tourism industry.
Let me ask this question, Your Excellency. When Russia invaded Ukraine, where were you?
I was here in Kenya.
And what were your thoughts when you heard that that invasion had taken place?
You know, I remember that morning. It was 5 a.m. in the morning. I received a SMS from my colleagues at the ministry telling, okay, not me, just all other Ukrainian ambassadors, that Russia invaded Ukraine. And I was on the other hand, I was lost. I didn't know what to do. Then the second thought was, I was angry. Why? For what? What we did wrong to Russia? Why Russia invaded? Take into account the pretext that, okay, we're a Brazilian nation. And even now,
Sounds sad.
even now, Putin saying that we are the same. Okay, which is absurd, but okay, he still uses this notion. But honestly, that was a mixed feelings. I mean, even I was even angry. Why? For what? But then, okay, I said with my wife, I said, okay, we have to continue to live, we have to continue to work here and make sure that Kenyans and Kenya will be on our side. Kenyans would understand what's going on and would understand the whole wrongdoing of Russia.
And here we are. We have actually had that. Kenya is doing a good job as far as I'm concerned. There's this President Trump recently, when he after being inaugurated, shortly after he said, they would want to take up Greenland, and Greenland is, part of the Danish, territory. So, how is it? Is it difficult or easy negotiating with someone who wants also to take up other territories, considering that your territories have been taken up by the same person that they're having talks with to help you get out of this situation?
Yeah, definitely talks with Russia and talks between President Zelensky and President Putin will not be easy. We all understand that it will be a real challenge.
Yeah.
But we are prepared and fully prepared to go through that and to have these discussions, because what we are sure of is that it definitely will show, okay, either Russia is genuinely willing to have peace,
okay,
or not. If they would continue to bring on the table these absurd demands,
right,
then definitely it will show the rest of the world and the President Trump that Russia has no genuine willingness to end this war
in Ukraine.
Yes.
In terms of opportunities for Kenyans in Ukraine currently, do we have any? Would you encourage Kenyans to take up any opportunities, despite the war?
Despite the war, I think, okay, and I was talking that every time I meet Ukrainian colleagues, friends, officials, look, you have a good capabilities of exporting a lot of things to Ukraine. Fresh cut flowers, coffee, tea, macadamia nuts, cashew nuts. All these products in Ukraine are available in the shops, but they could be more available in terms of a price to more Ukrainians if Kenya would explore opportunities to sell them directly to Ukraine. Because for now, most of Kenyan products come to Ukraine through third countries. Coffee mostly through Germany, tea also through Germany, flowers through the Netherlands. And the funny thing is that when flowers bought by Ukrainian companies on that flower market in one of the suburbs of Amsterdam,
yes,
come to Ukraine, they come to Ukraine as Dutch, not as Kenyans.
Yeah.
because that's the EU, okay, whatever rules or regulations. And we buy Dash flowers produced
In Kenya,
in Kenya and grown in Kenya.
Yeah.
probably by Dutch companies in Kenya.
And you see now that's the funny thing.
Yes.
And he's saying that we could actually perform better if we can sell it directly to them.
Because we
So
do
why-
have Kenyan flower farmers
Yes.
who actually are Kenyan and could actually do exactly what the ambassador is saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
So why are we not doing it? Maybe, Ambassador, you can let me know why we're not doing it.
Okay, it's difficult to say, but okay, one of the my tasks here is to make sure that Kenyan farmers, Kenyan producers of flowers, know their opportunities, and I actually urge them to think about directly selling their flowers to Ukraine, which at the end of the day would be definitely beneficial for them and for us in Ukraine too, because definitely flowers you grow here in Kenya, one of the best ones, especially roses, and I like them very much.
Yeah. And hibiscus. I'll introduce you to a couple of flowers. Very, very nice, beautiful, good smelling flowers. Well, we're coming to the tail end of this conversation. But I'd hate to finish on, I'd hate to finish without showing the impact or the importance, perhaps, of our relationships. Do you think that this situation that we are currently facing, the war in Ukraine, is going to end anytime soon? Because I'm sure Kenyan students and other business people cannot wait to come and continue doing business. And now that we've discovered Ukraine from a different perspective, a perspective perhaps you didn't even think about, do you think this war is going to end anytime soon?
I hope so. I hope that by the end of this year we'll have I hope peace.
Yeah.
Again, it's still too premature to give a more exact time frame, whether it could be December or January next year. But I think if we manage to find a solution which would be acceptable for both sides, that's important thing, because we don't want to find ourselves in a situation when someone trying to impose a decision on us,
Right.
which actually contradictory to our expectations, at least, or to even our constitution, if I would say more. And that is why I hope that the chances are there. I hope that the planned meetings, first of all, take place, and secondly, they will bring us practical results. And if that's the case, I'm sure that Ukrainian tourists would come back to Kenya, Kenyan students would again return to Ukraine, and now we have a number of draft bilateral agreements into process of being approved by both governments and will be ready for signing shortly. And I hope that will actually help Ukraine and Kenya to deepen our bilateral relations in all spheres, not only in political sphere, but what is more importantly in the sphere of economy and trade.
All right.
And that is definitely will be beneficial for both nations. And if you allow me one couple of more.
I'll give you 30 more seconds.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to thank you, Kenyan government, Kenyan people, for being so good to me during my tenure here. And I spent here almost 7 years, and I will never forget these 7 years being in Kenya. I will be missing Kenya a lot, especially, to be honest with you, your beautiful climate and your beautiful nature. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, that is His Excellency Andriy Pravednik. He's the Ukrainian ambassador to Kenya. The conversation has been around democracy, peace, and future prospects, and that is where we come to a close as far as that hour is concerned. Right now, though, here's the news with Winnie Maganga. Do stick around, because in the next hour we shall be having a conversation around your finances, and there's some good news, by the way, on that particular end.
This This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Tax collections in July rose sharply despite disruptions linked to nationwide protest. New Treasury data shows receipts grew by 7.5% to 171.5 billion Kenya shillings compared to 159.5 billion shillings a year earlier when growth stood at 2.8%. The increase came even as the country marked the anniversary of the deadly Anti-Finance Bill 2024 demonstrations. The protest, fueled by anger over police brutality and taxation policies, disrupted businesses across 17 counties and paralyzed the capital on July 7th during Sabasaba commemorations. The Health Ministry has appointed Dr. Richard Lesiampe Lesirian as the acting Chief Executive Officer of Kenyatta National Hospital. The announcement was made through a statement by Health Cabinet Secretary Eden Dwale. The CS described Lesiampe as a seasoned healthcare administrator with expertise needed to guide KNH through ongoing reforms. Prior to his appointment, Dr. Lesiampe served as the acting CEO at the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Teaching and Referral Hospital, where he played a key role in elevating the hospital's profile and operational capacity. Chief Justice Martha Koome has raised concerns over a rising wave of cyber attacks targeting judicial officers. Koome warns that the trend poses a serious threat to judicial independence. Speaking on Monday, August 18th, 2025, during the official opening of the 2025 Judges Colloquium, Koome said that while technology has transformed access to justice, it has also opened new avenues for harassment and intimidation. Koome cautioned that these attacks are not simply spontaneous criticism, but calculated campaigns designed to intimidate judges and undermine the rule of law.
We have seen with growing concern that some critics have turned to social media not to engage constructively, but to malign and denigrate judges and judicial officers. These social platforms have become conduits for unfounded accusations, half-truths, and outright defamatory allegations intended to sow doubt and delegitimize judicial decisions. Such attacks are not only directed at individual judges, but are calculated to corrode public confidence in our entire system of justice.
The Kikuyu Council of Elders Kiama Kiama has refuted claims by church leaders that they are promoting alcohol use among young people through their traditional practices. The leaders say they do not give alcohol to their children, adding that they are also parents looking out for the well-being of the children in the country. They say traditional brews such as Muratina are meant for symbolic rather than recreational drinking.
Kuna wana kanisa, viongozi wa kanisa pia wanaongea maneno ya chama kiama akisema tunapewa watoto pombe. Hiyo sio ukweli. Ukweli ni ati sisi kama kiama hatupeangi watoto pombe. Watoto wetu tunajaribu kuwaelekeza mwelekeo mzuri kila wakati. Kiamka tunafikiria mtoto. Sisi ndio wazazi ambaye sisi tuko na wale watoto na tuko na wao, tuwachunge, tuwalinde na tuwaonyeshe kufanya vyema na kibaya ni hiki. Kwa hivyo hiyo porojo ni kidogo lakini.
A woman dubbed the ketamine queen has agreed to plead guilty of selling the drugs that ultimately killed Friends actor Matthew Perry. Jasvin Sankar will plead guilty to 5 charges in Los Angeles, including 1 count of distributing ketamine resulting in death of bodily injury, according to Justice Department. The American-British dual national originally faced 9 criminal counts. Federal prosecutors called her Los Angeles home a drug-selling emporium and found dozens of vials of ketamine during a raid. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
Radio Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome to Radio Generation. The time right now is 9 minutes past 9 o'clock, and my name is Mung'ala Mbuvi. We've had a very interesting conversation about Russia and Ukraine and Kenya, and now some of these things we think we see on the news do not affect us, but they do have a huge impact in this country. And we thank God we are in a privileged position whereby we can watch from a safe distance. Yeah. Right now, though, we want to talk about your money and your wallet and your pocket, and perhaps how you've been doing things in a way that doesn't necessarily benefit you 100%. Now we have a way that things can change for you going forward. And it's about digital banking and why you should choose Premier Bank. In the studio, we do have City Muga kama kawaida, but also we do have two gentlemen from Premier Bank. We are talking about the head of business at Premier Bank, Yaya Dahir, and we also have the head of digital innovation and payments at Premier Bank, that is Mr. Joseph Njogu. Gentlemen, welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much.
Mmekaribishwa sana. It's a pleasure to have you here. We've been having, conversations with some of your colleagues. We've also seen, some of what you have to offer, some of the things rather that you have to offer. Some of our colleagues actually have also traveled with you to places like Garissa, and they came back with really good news as far as that particular trip was concerned. But now that we have you here in studio, we can probably start by talking about Premier Bank. Premier Bank has been here for a while, but now Premier Bank is becoming more visible. And perhaps I'll start with you, Mr. Joseph. Why are we seeing this right now?
Thank you very much. At Premier Bank, the reason why you are seeing us much more and much more amplified is because we have begun our journey of transforming the way banking is done. We want to be truly a digital bank. We are disrupting the old traditional model into a new versatile model that is aligned to the day's needs of our customers and of our generation. As the world moves more digital and more technology driven, even banking cannot be left behind.
True.
We are telling our people, we are here for you. We'll walk this journey with you. We'll innovate for you. And we will let you enjoy the best of class innovations.
Wow.
Yes.
Great. And perhaps, Mr. Yaya, it is important to highlight that Premier Bank is, do I say is halal or practices Islamic banking? Maybe you can elaborate on that. Yes.
I'll do that. Thank you very much.
Yes.
So Premier Bank is a fully fledged Sharia compliant bank.
That's the one I was looking for.
Correct.
Sharia compliant. Yes.
And
You
it's
moved from
actually
Sharia and you went to halal.
Nimeanza na halal. The familiar words.
correct. So
But yes.
yeah. So the first fully fledged Sharia compliant bank actually ever incorporated in the country. So Premier Bank is now 2.5 years old in Kenya. Premier Bank took over majority shareholding of First Community Bank. So for the last 2 years, this bank has evolved itself as the premier ethical digital bank. And that is why we're here today, to tell people that banking is not complex. And we're here to now break that complexity and make it very efficient, seamless for you to be able to do your banking business. So Premier Bank has over 20 branches in the country. We are in 9 counties. Nairobi alone, we have 9 branches. So our headquarters is Mihrab in Kilimani on the Nana Road.
Yes.
We have a branch in GTC We have a branch in town, CBD, one near Jamia Mosque,
right,
and another one on Wabera Street. We have a branch in South Sea. We have a branch in Imara Mall, Mombasa Road. We have a branch in Isili as well. 2 branches in Isili actually, one in BBS and another one in Baraka Bazaar Mall. And then we have Lunga Lunga branch. Then we are in Kisumu, Nakuru, Isiolo, Mombasa, Kilifi, Marsabit, and Wajir. So that is what Premier Bank is. In as much as you will find the 4 walls of a bank,
yes,
in a branch, in any of our branches, you will also find us digitally online, and you don't have to set a foot in any of our branches to get your banking services.
Great.
You know, for someone like me who likes to put his foot in the banking halls,
correct.
When you talk about digital banking, I have to ask what you mean. Because anytime you are telling me that I can do everything I need to do regarding my banking on my phone, I am afraid. Because I hear there are people called hackers.
Yes.
And scammers.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
And I am told that there are people who can do all sorts of things with the information I have on my phone. So now if you're telling me that this banking is taking me in that direction, my fear increases. So now, reduce the fear for me. Explain for me this digital banking so that I understand it better.
Beautiful, beautiful. And I think that's a very interesting observation and a very correct view. Yeah, most people have shied away from accessing their banks online. So as Premier Bank, what we have done, we have created what I would call an umbrella platform. We are calling it Premier Connect. It's like you would call a super app of a sort, because inside it we have like 6 applications that allows you to access banking from any perspective, whether you are retail, whether you are corporate, whether you are doing cards, whether you are doing the wearables. We're going to introduce them today, what we call Premier Tap. And we have built a platform that is bank grade secured, tested through what we call global standards, like security standard. For example, our card management system, and as a bank, we are PCI DSS compliant. To break that a little bit is to say they are what we call card standards globally. Anybody who is handling a card, how do you store information? How do you protect information? How do you allow access to that information to people and also to the outside world? When you get such a certification, that a global body is saying that this bank has implemented global standards in terms of security to ensure that they protect customer information and customer data. We have partnered with the people like MasterCard, our digital platform, and our partnership in card is with a global brand called MasterCard. Now, when you partner with such big global brands, what happens before you actually issue those cards is you go through a very thorough and a very rigorous certification process to ensure that your platforms are secure and you're not going to put their brand into disrepute, you know. But also, us as a bank, we are committed to security. We are committed to very high standards. We are an ethical bank, and we take cognizance that this is, it can be quite risky, and that is true, because even in Kenya, I think one of the most targeted places, financial institutions, by the hackers. Yeah, and since we launched our platform, have we seen people attempting to intrude our platform? Yes, we have. But our technology informs us even before they do anything. We're able to keep them and to rock them out.
Right.
So I will not tell you that it is not without risk that we are a digital bank, but we have a commitment to you that we have protected you.
You mentioned, I mentioned the word, and now, Joseph, you're mentioning it.
Yes.
Ethical.
Yes.
Are you suggesting that you're the only bank that is ethical?
What we are saying, when it comes to Sharia banking, the Sharia principles are about ethics, ethical banking.
Tell us about them so that we understand.
Okay, wonderful. So when we talk about ethical banking, it means we are doing banking the way it's supposed to be, the right way. And I'll tell you how, the right way. You see, there are two things. One is you take your money to the bank. Easy, no problem, get it out. You can take your money, then get out your deposit and then withdraw, which is something most people do. And then another thing which some other people do is go to the bank and borrow from the bank.
Yes.
And I think you've actually probably seen that the instances where people have really felt frustrated when they actually borrow from a bank. And in business, there is highs and lows. There is when your business is doing very well and when it's not.
Yes.
What makes us ethical is we do not take advantage of a client's situation. Meaning, if you borrow from us, the first thing, and then you say, for example, in bad circumstances, default. We do not, the first instinct of the bank, as you probably think, is get the assets of this client. Sell them, realize them, push him out, auction and all that. Why we call ourselves ethical is because we put ourselves in the shoes of the customer. And by the way, in our bank, we don't call customers our customers. We call our customers our partners. So meaning by the time the bank has actually decided to put money into your business, it has brought itself as a partner with you. Meaning the first position we put ourselves in is to restructure the facility in such a manner that you are still able to meet the payments without having to just push yourself to auction or bank realizing the security. So that is ethical. Transparency also is also one very key value that we have.
Yes.
Say for instance, you came to the bank, you have deposited money, say that a charge has appeared on your account. By the time that charge is appearing in your account, you've fully been convinced on what that charge entails. So basically, you will not find any hidden charges. That the bank this sold you this, they have missold a product to me.
Yes.
When I was going in, they were very nice to me. When I'm inside now, they have become, something they don't care.
Yeah.
So that is how we actually consider why we consider ourselves as an ethical bank. Every charge that this bank is going to put on your account is clear to you from the onset before actually you start any transactions with us. And when it comes on the other side of borrowing, we're also with you in any situation that you are.
Yeah.
Yes, and that is where our ethical values come from.
There's a time I actually lost money in a bank, but yes, you can, please.
Interestingly, me, I came from conventional banking. I have been in conventional banking for more than 13 years. And one thing I never understood is when you say Sharia banking is ethical, what do you actually mean? And one thing that has really struck me is when the bank finances you, the idea is not the interest they get on the money they give you. The idea is we share, it's called profit sharing. We look at what you're doing and what you're getting from that business. And it is on the basis of that investment, of what it will give you, that we agree what will be the bank share from that. Meaning then, you can't get money for the sake of getting money, because that now removes the limit on risk, where you just walk in because you have a car, you come and give us your car as a collateral, then we give you money, you walk out with the money, not knowing what you're going to do with that money, not knowing whether you're going to generate any value with that money. Our work is to come and collect interest on that money. That is not how Sharia banking works.
So essentially, Sharia banking follows Islamic teaching.
Correct. Islamic teaching,
because interest is haram.
Is haram, yes.
Correct.
True. Okay. Yeah. So maybe
Joseph, why are you looking at me in wonderment?
I am seeing your journey, where you came and where we are now.
And another thing, by the way,
yes,
because I want us also to circle back to the fear that he had on this digital banking. But before I go that, I just want to maybe explain to him also something else why we also consider ourselves as ethical bank is when it comes to financing. First of all, any financing that we do must be underlined by an asset, right? Any financing that we do also must create value for the communities that you live in, right? So the bank will not, first of all, because you have to create the purpose, and the purpose is what you bring to us and tell us this is the purpose why you are actually borrowing. Then we look at that purpose and say what value does it create for the society that you live in, for the community that you live in, and then we look at is there anything harmful that you're actually doing that is going to affect the community that you live in.
Yes.
Then the bank steps back and says, we are sorry, we are not able to finance you because what investments you're making is going to destroy the society in one way or
He's
another.
saying if you are starting a pub, don't come to us.
Correct.
We will not finance that pub.
So not only that, if you're doing gambling, if you're doing any drug trafficking, money laundering, anything whatsoever that actually is very harmful to the society, this bank will not actually finance you. Also, you will not come to us and tell us, I want 1 million shillings, I want to go to Bahamas to party and for holiday. That also we won't finance, because that is an individual value. It doesn't hold any societal value. So that is why we actually put the society first through ethical banking, in that whatever contribution we actually make, even through the funding that we're making towards the business, must actually create value for the society.
Yeah, I have to ask this question because you've raised an interesting point. If I own a bar, I'm not asking you to give me money. Can I take my money and put it with you?
Unfortunately, no.
Hiya.
Yes.
Okay. What else can I do and not take money to you? What else? What other business? Because money launderers don't go around announcing they're money launderers.
Correct.
Gamblers do. So if I own a gambling establishment, it's called gaming. Once again, I cannot deposit my money with you.
So that means, like, if you have a casino, you cannot bank with Premier Bank. Yeah. Because they don't consider that ethical, they don't consider that Sharia compliant.
Yeah, it's not Sharia compliant. So we will check all those.
So even money laundering, I mean, it's good to talk about it. The kind of due diligence that we put in, even before we start, banking with us, will clearly indicate to us, because it has to be very clear in terms of the documentation that you're providing. You see, you can't just bring documents to the bank and just open an account, even as a money launderer, in one way or another, because there is what we call
know your customer.
Know your customer. Then also suspicious transaction reporting, which is, of course, regulatory led. And those are the things that we put in place to see, is there any inconsistency in what you told us you do and what is actually coming into the bank. So meaning, even if you're a money launderer and by any chance you actually open an account with us, you will not stay with us for long, because because of the due diligence that we'll actually put in, because that relationship, even as it actually continues, due diligence also continues. We also continue to take part that due diligence on your account.
There's something you said, Yaya, and it captured my attention. Perhaps you can clarify it for me, where you said that any money that you give out, whether it's a loan or whatever, it has to be backed by, did you say an asset?
Correct. Must be underlined by an asset.
Underlined by an asset.
Underlined by an asset, yes.
So let's say I want to start a business.
Correct.
And this business is a butchery.
Correct.
And so what is the asset there? Will you come and open this butchery for me and then give me the money? How would that work?
So how that happen is, of course, there are things that you would actually need to put up that butchery. Maybe you need a weighing scale, you need whatever,
the knives, the
fridge, and all those things. Those are things that we will actually buy for you. But what we don't do is we don't put money in your account until you go buy for yourself. So the bank actually pays the money directly to your supplier, which you've indicated to us. This is supplier X. He's supplying me 10 fridges, and this is what it costs. The money actually goes from the bank direct to the supplier without actually passing through you.
So if I want to do imports of phones,
correct,
from China or whatever,
so
we
will pay directly to supplier, yes.
Okay.
Because you will have your the bank details of your supplier, and that settlement actually is done bank to bank by through your supplier.
And before that, you'll have done due diligence to determine whether that supplier actually
exists. Yes. And how we do that, of course, we do have correspondent banks. We have correspondent bank in China, we have correspondent bank in the US, the Europe as well as Middle East. So we have our banking partners everywhere. So by the time we've actually also seen that you've brought out an invoice from China, we will know whether that supplier actually really deals with phones or with knives. Yes.
You know, that's actually a smart way of doing business, even for me as a business person.
Yes.
Because now that means that I will not just as you unaweza patua pesa, then you decide instead of buying the product first, niko na deni hapa nilipe kwanza.
Ama ujenjoy kidogo.
You take a little bit
I go to Bahamas.
Yeah, correct. So I just want to circle back to the fear that he had. And he said,
CT is my name.
City, yes. City.
Yes.
All right. So City's fear was that he said, you can see my generation. And when you talk to my generation, the biggest fear that they have is they hear of these hackers. And I think Joseph has explained it very well. But there are two levels to it. So there's one level which Joseph and the team at the back end are actually working to ensure there are no intruders to our system. But then we didn't stop there. We are again giving you the control, a city. We're telling you, the moment you realize that there is a transaction that has gone through your account, the power lies with you. And that you can be able to block a card, reset a PIN, or whichever you feel like that will actually make you feel safe. You don't necessarily have to call our bank or go to any of our branches. From the comfort of his phone, he's realized there's a suspicious transaction that went through on his account. The control is all in his hands. That is another level that this bank has actually created as a security for you. In as much as you still have us on the back end, which I mean Joseph and his team will probably call it firewall or whatever security that is there, but also the control is still with you in your hands, and you can be able to ensure that if there's anything that has gone through your account, then you can be able to actually control it.
There's something that is often discussed in financial circles, and it has an interesting term, because the term implies that it goes on a walkabout: venture investments, venture capitalism, venture financing.
Correct.
Does your business finance ideas? Because you're going to ask about the asset, and I'd say the intellectual property is in itself an asset. I'll tell you why I'm asking you the question.
Okay.
The vast majority of people who fall into the category of young people do not have physical assets, but they do have ideas.
Correct.
Yes.
And they do have the energy.
Yes.
And the other thing they have is they have time. Okay? So, are these factors that are borne into consideration if somebody comes to you to seek financial assistance?
All right. City, what I will say is there's no business that has risk. And even from where we sit as a bank, we all know that with every venture that we finance, there are risks in place. But we don't stop there. I mean, anyone can actually point out the risk. But what we do as a bank is provide the mitigations. How do we either, completely avoid the risk, or, share the risk, or, find a way to work around it. So if there's an individual that has everything that has probably something like intellectual property and he wants to come for financing, we don't actually sit and look at the intellectual property, whatever ideas that he has, but we go ahead and say, is there any other business that you have done? Is there any other alternative source of income that you have that can withstand, the repayment pressure that is going to come from the funding that the bank is going to give? That is one. Secondly, if that is not there, then do you have anyone who can actually act as a guarantor for you? And anyone who can actually act as a guarantor for you is someone, who believes you beyond the individual that you are, who you know each other and you have a relationship with, but that also individual has a business that runs, on its own, and can also withstand the repayment pressure that is going to come from the funding. While you look at the idea, of course, I don't think you'll find any bank that will straight up, fund an idea, right?
Why
but
not?
those, because of the risks that are there, what you're only dealing with is the numbers, because banks actually look at the numbers, financial numbers, and these numbers that you're looking at is more or less projections. That if I mean, if I do 1 or 2 or 3 things, I could be able to actually reach this level in terms of revenues. So you're looking at projections. But we also, the bank always looks at the worst case scenario. And the worst case scenario is you will be sitting that I give you this money and you're going to default. But before that default comes, then how do I cover myself as a bank? So those are the questions that actually needs to be answered first before even that money is put in your account.
The business that you two are in, and the business of buying and selling money, primarily, that's what you guys do.
We do trade. We don't buy, sell money.
Actually, you do.
Yeah.
I'm breaking it down to the basics.
Yes.
I'm actually breaking it down to the basics.
Yeah.
I don't mean it to sound crass, but it is that's the business. But the other business you're in is a business of trust.
Correct.
You cannot do the due diligence that you do to the degree that you do, because essentially you're trying to find a chink in this particular chain.
Yeah.
And the currency is trust.
Yes.
Now, the numbers you speak of are supposed to help you understand whether this person is trustworthy or not.
Correct.
Because numbers don't lie.
Correct.
They have a language which points you in a certain direction. But these numbers are generated by an individual.
Yeah.
And for you to trust an individual, you need to have known them for some time.
Correct.
So the numbers may speak well, but that's not the whole story.
Yeah.
The whole story is the person.
Yes.
Whether this person is trustworthy or not.
Yes.
Do you have an algorithm? Do you have a software? Do you have a process by which you determine that the person you're dealing with essentially is a trustworthy person? Because I may have the physical asset you need. I may even have a good business plan. I may even have a track record of having done business. But to my core, I'm actually rotten and I'm a con man.
Very true. Very true. And you're actually speaking like an analyst yourself, and that is something good to actually know, because character also, and trust is, of course, the character of an individual, which is also one key thing. You know, of course, we can look at the security that the person is providing.
Yeah.
You know, we can look at the capacity where, I mean, from performance perspective, his bank can be able to withstand those repayment pressures, but also character is key. Now, the question is, do you have an algorithm? Do you have tools? I don't know if there's any tool or an algorithm that can actually define
what
a character.
What we do.
Yeah.
We know people are interconnected. Individuals are interconnected. And for example, when he talked about if you have an idea, we provide alternative ways for you to get financing from the bank, whereas the bank is able to cover its corners in terms of the pressure that comes from repayment, meaning that you're going to introduce us to your world. But also, on our side, we have a backend platform that runs, actually it is AI powered. I didn't want to go into those details a lot, but we analyze a lot of information about you. Number one, we build a profile about who you are, where you transact, and I can actually be able to tell to probably the 6th, the 7th connection of the people that you're not directly connected with, but they are connected with somebody you're connected with, and that person is connected to another person you're connected with. We call it the network.
Yes.
I can build a network of you. Begin to bank with me. I can build a network of you that tells me that 4 people from you, they are thugs. You may not be a thug, but there is only 1 or 2 people separating you and a thug. And that looks a bit scary. But those algorithms are there. The agents are there, which are very AI-driven, machine learning, that are able to create a network of every individual. If I click on him, I'm able to expand. Then I can expand the next person who is connected to him and expand their circle and see who it is that they interact with. Remember, you do M-Pesa, you do other banks, you do shopping with your card, you travel. All that information, it is with the bank. That's the truth. And we are able to tell who we are dealing with. But how we do it, that now becomes our asset in terms of how we analyze the information and how we make decisions based on that. We can pull something for you and you're like, how do you know this? It's because you have a friend who does this. And probably where you swiped your card, they also swiped there. So meaning you are together, right? There is a lot of information that we carry when you transact with a bank That is the honest truth. But you use that information ethically, and it is only meant to make decisions for the bank. When you come to us, you need probably financing, or you need us to open an account for you or something of such a sort. But we build it over time because you're banking with us, and also helps us to reduce your premium. If you're a risky person, then we are careful when we are. The risk that we place on you is a bit higher. But as you bank with us for a long time, when you create a good profile, then your risk premium reduces in terms of how does the bank view you.
Let's talk about the assets, the digital assets we were, talking about earlier on.
Yes.
You as a digital bank, first of all, let's differentiate between a digital bank and a bank that has got digital services.
Yes.
Maybe we can start from there so we can understand, the assets your bank has now developed.
And very true to that. Yes, people do confuse a digital bank and a bank that actually have digital platforms. Here at Premier Bank, we are not talking about platform. We are talking about a holistic 360 degrees experience all round.
Right.
Many banks, even if you have a digital service, let's say for example they give you a card or they give you a mobile application, but you still have a lot that you need to do, that you have to go to their branches to be able to complete those services. But as we have created what we'd call a truly digital bank, you don't need to step in Premier Bank branch to do anything with the bank. Once you download Premier Connect, is an app that we have created, iOS or Play Store. Yes. Once you download that, you're going to be able to open a bank account. You're going to be able to fund. Even you can pull money from your M-Pesa or from any other source that your money is. You can request for a card, a virtual card. You don't have to print that card. So because if you print, you'll have to come to the branch. So you can request for a virtual card, define your PIN. You can order for a wearable and tokenize your wearable and begin to experience your banking without ever stepping into Premier Bank branch.
Yes.
Now imagine if your card get lost and you need another one. Most of the banks, you need to go and fill a form. Card got lost, you fill a form and
come with
get
a police
another
abstract.
Police abstracts, all that. On our platform, you report a card lost, we will disable that card for you and allow you to request for another one.
And this is now the digital card.
There's a digital card. It's a virtual card.
Yeah.
You don't need to print that card. You don't need to have a physical plastic for that card. It's completely virtual. But that card, you can use it anywhere.
Yeah.
Number one, you can use it on online site. But also number two, once you get a wearable, that wearable becomes your tap. You can go and tap in any point of sale. But also interesting, if you have an Android phone, when you open the Premier
Connect.
If you have an Android phone,
yes,
it allows you to tokenize your phone. All you will do is to tap your phone.
Yeah.
So you never needed to actually get the physical plastic.
This is for the phones that have got NFC technology, right? Or is it any phone?
Then the phones with NFC.
Okay.
And that is why you cannot.
Near field connectivity. That's basically it's for phones that use where you don't have to send anything. You just tap against another digital platform and you transfer data. It could be a picture, it could be a video, but in this case now it's a transaction. The same way you tap your card.
That got even more dangerous than what I was saying.
Let me tell you why it is not dangerous.
Yes.
Let me tell you why it is even more beautiful.
Yes.
when you do a payment through the tap, the good thing is, even if somebody hijacked that transaction, they will get no personal information related to you. It is a token, and that token is useless without the bank decryption. You'd have to have our decryption keys for it to make any sense. So we don't share your personal information when that transaction is being done. And that is why tokenized transactions, you cannot intercept them. Even if you intercept them, they are useless to you. You cannot make anything. You're just going to see gibberish inside there. Even a hacker will not even attempt to hack that transaction. Now, if you come to my phone today, because this is a Premier Connect, and my card is here, my card is
loading,
tokenized. You know, this is my card is already tokenized. This is what you call MDS, Mastercard Digital Enablement Services, that have allowed us to tokenize this phone. There is no card number here. There's no CVV. You know, if you drop your plastic card today, your plastic card have your 16 digits. We call it PAN on the top. At the back of it, it has a CVV and it has your name. It has even your expiry date. If somebody picks that card, they can go online.
You can do wonders with it. Huh?
Exactly. But if it is a wearable like this one, and I drop it anywhere and you pick this wearable, it is completely useless to you because you cannot even read anything. Yes.
Wait a moment. That ring there is a card.
There is a card.
It has been tokenized.
This is tokenized. This is what I used to transact. This is what I tap at the supermarket.
I see.
Actually, let me grab that other bag. It had, I think,
so,
it had the tokens as well.
So what that tokenization actually means, to just explain it in a layman's language, is you have a key to your locker, right? So you give your friend that key, the copy of your key to your locker. Your friend knows where your locker is. If your friend misplaces that key and say Joseph finds the key, that key to Joseph is useless because he doesn't know where the locker is. That is what tokenization that Joseph is talking about is. What the bank is tokenizing is giving an alias, not the real card number, not your numbers, not anything to do with any of your sensitive information. The merchant or where you're buying does not see your real card numbers, but he sees what Joseph is saying is tokenized. So those numbers outside of our banking system is useless. You can't actually use it anywhere. Yeah. So that is what tokenization basically means. It's your card, right? But the real card details are not being, given to any of your merchants.
Okay.
Yes.
Now I know you have a question. What if somebody, we said you can tap any payment, any transaction below 5,000. We will not request you to put a PIN. You're just going to authorize the transaction without your PIN. But if you put more than 5,000, it prompts you to put your PIN on the POS machine. But now you can tell me, so somebody can pick this ring somewhere and go to a supermarket and
spend
try
below 5,000.
Spend below 5,000. What we have done now, we have given you an application. The Premier Connect has one of the app in it called the Premier tab or the Premier Wear, where you manage all your wearables. Every card can get at least, you can do 3 wearables, you can even do 5, but we recommend you do 3 so that you can track your wearables. So if a wearable transact, it actually displays to you that this wearable has transacted in this location. So meaning if you're not the one that is having it, there is a real-time notification. So what you can do, 2 things. 1, disable the wearable, remove it so that nobody uses it again, but you report to the bank that I'm not the one who did this transaction. And you do know that there are standards. When you dispute a transaction, most of the time, almost 100% of the time, that transaction gets refunded. You don't fight that with basic payment methods other than cards. That is why, to you, I think you should jump on this side. It's more secure for you, actually, than anything else when it comes to payment.
Do you know how long it took me to actually use a card?
Yes.
Now you want me to wear a ring, and you tell me this ring.
Yes.
Okay, there's a card, there's my phone, there's a ring. What other wearable do you people have?
You can do we call it Kenyatta?
The Kenya band.
Yes. Kenya band, yes.
This has a chip inside
also
here.
This one, that
you
is
can do a
wristband.
We have other things. We
a lot of.
I wish I can replace your medical glasses. Are they medical?
He needs actually mechanize.
I was going to go in that direction to ask whether you have whether spectacles also are considered wearables.
Correct.
Yes. Let me show you. We have but these are Googles. They are not yet specs. Yeah, maybe one day we will be able to also do
have the medical ones.
So you just you can get this from the bank, and when you're traveling to the to the
So
beach.
So the bank deals in fashion wear.
What this means is we saw a gap, and we are filling that gap. Lifestyle. We are embedding payment into your daily life. We don't want you to think that, before you get out of the house, you plan yourself. I will pass through the supermarket, so I need to carry cash, or I need to ask somebody to put money in my wallet, the wallet that you use, or I need to ensure that I carry my card. Like now, most men these days stopped carrying wallets. Because if you carry a wallet, it is bulging on one side of your pocket, then you develop back problems because we sit a lot, right?
And also thieves will see what you're carrying.
And this will see what you're carrying, exactly. So you have to plan to carry a card, you have to plan to carry cash. But now, imagine it is your daily life. I always wear my marriage ring, So wearing a ring to me is now common. So if I put a ring on me, I don't need to plan. I just need to know that my ring is there. And I can pay anywhere, anytime without planning. I don't have to postpone a dinner because I left my card. I don't have to postpone a meeting because, you know what? I need to go to the bank before the bank closes. And banks have different operating times. And by 3 or 4, they have closed. We are removing this worry from you. We are telling you, learn your life, just carry your ring, or just carry your glasses when you wear them in the evening or in the afternoon, and anywhere you need to do payments, because payment points are all over the country. You have the capabilities with yourself, or carry your phone. Very few people would leave their phone behind, right?
Yeah.
Just carry your phone, and your phone becomes your payment instrument. You don't even need to think about it.
So what makes this unique, and especially the tapping? This is now Premier Tap, right?
Yes.
What makes it so unique from other products, from other banks? Actually, that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah. This is the first digital wearable payment in the country. We are the first one to do this and to introduce this technology in the market. Of course, we do hope that other banks will come on board, because the more the merrier, the more the better, so that we can transform this industry. Yes.
All right. Maybe. Okay. I'm sure you want to add something.
Yeah, I wanted to add actually something. You see, we have 2 products that we've talked about. We have the Premier Connect and we have the Premier Tap. The mother of everything, the engine that powers the Premier Tap, is the Premier Connect. So the Premier Connect is a digital omni-channel platform that can enable you access any services of a bank through your mobile banking app, or if you're a business, through your internet banking app. So in that app, and I know Joseph actually explained it a little bit, is from the start of the relationship. And I know their followers actually following us on, watching us on YouTube and also on radio.
Right.
Is what I will tell them is, even as the show continues, go to their Play Store if they have Android phone, or to go to App Store if they have an iPhone phone, and then download the Premier Connect. So I want them also to experience what we are talking about in real life.
Right.
So once you go there, you just download the app. Then on the app, you have login, register, or new to Premier Bank. And I think some of your followers will actually fall into that. So if you're new to Premier Bank, you just click that. And then in 10 to 15 minutes, you'll give your ID, scan, take a selfie, and you have an account ready. Precisely.
That's it.
That's it. So you have an account ready. You can remotely open an account without ever having to set foot in any of our branches.
Okay. So you've said I need what? I need obviously to take a
selfie and just have an ID, a copy of your ID.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
either the physical card or even on soft if you have.
All right.
And then just scan it. It's very simple. And City himself actually, and I would love to actually convert City, to be a digital
Digitizing.
banker. Yes.
Yes.
And I want him to actually try that.
Yeah.
City. It is very simple.
Does
It's not
your
as
bank-
complex as you
Does
think.
your bank have cash? Meaning, if I come there, can I get cash?
110%.
All right, fine. I'll continue the conversation.
But I wanted to also try it, so that we could create that convenience for you.
Tell him your central bank compliant and central bank recognizes the cash. So you're not telling you cannot get cash,
I just
but we want to
I
convince
just
you.
want to be sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because okay, so you can do that.
Yeah,
You open
yeah.
the account, order for your card, the virtual card that Joseph has talked about. Order for also your wearable. You can then start sending money locally, internationally. And the beauty actually in this also the omni-channel, the Premier Connect app that we have, is that you can be able to also, make remittances to over 100 countries from the tap of your phone in less than 5 minutes. And that is if City has one of his child in Philippines,
Yes.
or in
Turkey?
China, or in Turkey,
Yes.
or in Egypt, or in the US.
There are
He
so
can-
many countries in the world. Why are you choosing these far-flung places?
I'm choosing because I want to show you how convenient it is for you to actually send that money. And-
Regardless
and-
of the distance. When
Regardless
you
of
say
the
Uganda,
distance,
you may
correct.
think,
Yes.
4 minutes to Uganda is okay.
Correct.
But 4 minutes to China,
Yeah.
Alipay,
Is even
you are right.
better.
It's even better.
Is even better.
And that is actually what the Premier Connect can actually do for you.
Show me one bank that you can come to their phone and send a remittance to over 140 countries, real time.
I have no idea if such a bank exists.
Correct.
Here it is.
And limits in terms of sending that money, because and also receiving. Can I receive money from those countries that you're mentioning?
100%. Yes.
Right.
Yes. you
And
can
so the limits, we are looking at what? 10, 40 US dollars, what are they called? 40,000 US dollars. How much money are we talking about here?
it is limitless.
Eh?
But you see, if there is anything above 10,000,
Yes.
I mean, there are regulations, right? We don't
Sure.
work in a silo, so we're in
Sure.
a regulated, environment.
Sure.
That anything above 10,000, then you also have to provide the documentations, to support that kind of remittance that you're actually making.
But I can
so,
do
but
several.
you can do it.
I can do several of 9,999.
You will not reach far.
The
You will not reach far. You can do it,
The
yes.
regulations don't work like
Correct. They will not reach far.
Our platform is able to say you are splitting. We call it transaction splitting.
Yes.
The platform
Yes.
will be able to say you are splitting transactions.
Yeah.
Right.
So we will ask you when you attempt to do another one, we will tell you have exceeded your limit without documentation. Guide. By the way, this is what to say.
Yes.
Every transaction should have documentation. However, we only mandatorise it when you reach 10,000 and above, because that's at the regulatory threshold. But every transaction
$10,000
should be
That's
documented.
not shillings.
Yeah.
Yes.
Should be
Yes.
documented.
Right.
Meaning, even if it was $5,000, if tomorrow we wanted to know where you are sending and whether there was any justification to that, we will come to you and ask you. Not that you cannot be asked documentation for a raw value transaction, only at the system level we mandatorise. But we can always come to you anytime and ask you for documentation, because we are regulated, and the regulator may be asking, where was this transaction going?
Okay. And perhaps, this is for you. Or did you leave something out before I ask the next question?
No, okay, precisely. I was actually talking about, the Premier Connect and what you can be able to do.
Yes.
And then that Premier Connect is now what powers the Premier tab, the wearables that you're talking about. So what the wearables can do for you is more than what any bank can actually do for you, even in your sleep. You can actually go, rent an Airbnb if you want and sleep there. And you don't have to lift your finger. And just by the tap of your ring or your wearable, your phone or your glasses, you can be able to make any payments. Go to the gym if you want. If you in the gym, you want to grab coffee as you go. You want to grab lunch. If you want to fuel your car, we are that Premier Connect now powers the Premier tab that creates that convenience in terms of any payment that you're actually doing or you want to do on our platforms.
Okay.
Yes.
And in terms of the innovation pipeline, what are we looking at going forward? Because clearly, if I can just wear a ring on my finger and walk around this world, because I'm feeling like I can go with that same ring to Uganda and still transact.
Do you want me to shock City?
Please do.
So City, a day will reach where you will be able to pay with your palm and you don't need to carry a ring.
Okay.
Or you call it 666.
I haven't even gone there. I am just thinking what it is you're going to need. Are you going to insert a chip on my on
But you
my
have
palm?
fingerprints.
I do have fingerprints, and they're not fading. I am aware. But it would be interesting to know how that would work.
Yeah.
We will soon, and technology is going to get us there. There's a lot of work going on in the laboratories. You'll be able to pay with the sound of your voice. So we can recognize you from a bank. Or you'll be able to pay with your iris. You just look at a payment gadget.
And it
transacts. We'll be able to do a wave.
Wave.
You wave.
You wave, yeah.
For
I
payment.
wave and money
You just wave.
moves and
just
money
moves.
moves.
And money moves. I'm telling you.
That one is even more dangerous. I don't want to talk about it before.
So innovation pipeline, a lot is going to change.
Yeah.
And the idea is to ensure that banking stops becoming somewhere you go, and banking start becoming your life. It's a lifestyle.
I have to ask this question, though we have 30 seconds.
Yeah, something
Really?
of the sort.
I'm going to ask it in 5 seconds. How do you handle clients who are adversely reported in CRB?
Yeah.
Maybe that's a conversation for another day.
No. It's fine. I can actually give you an answer. Adversely reported on CRB means there is a huge dent on your character.
Yes.
Then, in that case, unless your CRB is clean, the bank will not be in a position to lend you any money. Right? But sometimes there's a misunderstanding. By the way, even, CRB is actually supposed to help you give your credit information to the bank. So that credit information could be good or could be adverse. So sometimes, our customers or most of the people, they won't know. They say like, oh, my name is appearing on CRB.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really say what is appearing on CRB. It could be good information, like City is a good repair.
You hope.
I am very positive that you are. So that information is actually what defines. So if you're adversely listed on CRB, then the bank will not be in a position to lend you money.
All right. So how do we get Premier Tap? These beautiful rings, the miwanis, and any other gadget like the Kenyan flag. Where do we get them? Or rather, how do we get them?
The journey begins by you downloading Premier Connect. Go to Play Store, go to App Store, download Premier Connect, open a bank account online, buy yourself. It's very simple, very straightforward. Order for a card, then place an order for a wearable. We will tell you where to collect it, probably in the next or the nearest branch for you.
So if I order it right now, once I register and I order for the ring, how long will it take for me to receive that particular gadget? A day, 2, maybe a couple of hours?
It could even be the same minute if you are just right next to our premises. You just pick it. Yeah, regardless, even in Mombasa or in Garissa or in Moyale,
yes,
where you see our premises, you just go and pick the ring.
All right.
5 minutes.
Yes.
And you have your wearable, yes.
Good stuff.
It's as easy as that.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Yaya and Joseph, for coming. We've spent that 1 hour basically just educating CT.
Correct.
But now let's have another hour when you guys are, have time. Let's come and talk about the other products that Premier Bank has, and of course the future of banking from your eyes. Sindio?
100%.
This is where we come to an end or a close. Thank you so much for tuning in. Tunasema asante kwa wale wote ambao wamestick na sisi hadi saizi, lakini saizi I'll leave you in the safe hands or in the safe sound of one Winnie Maganga.